All right, give me a minute. By the way, if you're watching in the reruns, type rerun in the comments so I'll know. Because right now the live is not, nobody's in here yet. So type rerun. Give me a minute though. I gotta put in the last platform that we'll be on momentarily and get this show going. We're gonna be doing a little bit of political word associated. Ezra, good evening, EZ. How's it going? Let me see here. I don't know why they ain't let me do this. Every time it's this damn device. Okay, there we go. There we go. So we're gonna be playing. We're gonna be playing a game of political word association. Jay Sid, you are not leading, but you're second. Somebody else already in here, but good evening to you folks. While I thanks for the show. Thanks, Foe. Not for foe. Is that what that says, Derek? Thanks, Julian rather. Thanks for the show. My pleasure. Thanks, foe, tuning in. Give me a second though, and I definitely want to thank you starting the program off right there. Conservative, handsome conservative. It's a conspiracy from the deep state. Everybody's in on it. Watch your back and remember to support your local liberal. Well, I don't know about a conspiracy from the deep state, but that's the right. I won't say your side. Obviously not MAGA. You've stated, but state before Trump became president. I had never heard of anybody really talking about the deep state until Trump came along. Then suddenly everything that was adversarial was the deep state. I had never heard. And you notice now that Trump is in there and we're backing Israel wholeheartedly and APAC money is flowing and you haven't gotten to the bottom of the Epstein files. And you notice they're not talking about the deep state that much anymore. Have you noticed that? You don't hear the right talking about the deep state much at all anymore because a lot of the things that they were contributing to the deep state, they're now either involved in themselves or doing little to nothing to help bring that stuff out into the forefront. But before Trump became president, all of that shit was deep state, APAC. What else was it? Was not only was it APAC, it was their money, and obviously that was tied to the Israeli community. Clearly, the Epstein stuff was all of that stuff was deep state. All of that stuff was deep state. And like I said, now that Trump is president and he's doing little to nothing to bring that stuff out into the forefront, you don't hear the right talking about the deep state anymore. They're not talking about any of that stuff anymore because, in my opinion, it was kind of a ruse. There never was anything to it. But I had never heard of the deep state until President Trump came on the scene. Had never heard nobody really talking about that. Anyhow, good evening, and Edith. Good evening, Edith. Good to see you in here. Hello, folks. Welcome once again. It is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I'm trying to see if I can mirror. There we go. Get the mirror images on the videos here. So I do want to do a game of political word association with you, but before I do that, I also want to talk about something that we used to talk about when Biden was in office. Sleepy Joe Biden. I want to talk about, but we're not going to be talking about Biden. We're going to be talking in reference to President Trump because I do believe there's something there, or there may be something there, and I want to get your opinion on it. And before I get into, I do want to read a comment. Answer Conservative says some say he's an icon, some say he's a legend. Wow. Some say he's the best show on Clapper. And for you guys who don't realize, we do run live on Clapper. We're live there now. And you can be a live guest if you have the Clapper app. He says, I say he's the only man who is as humble as I am. Ladies and gentlemen, the handsome liberal. Now, that's one hell of an opening. I appreciate the phrasing, the wording, and I tried to do it justice. So thank you very much for your support, handsome conservative. So before we get into word association, and when I say word association, I'm going to give you a phrase, and you're going to tell me what party such a phrase is associated with. For instance, I was just talking about the deep state. If I say which party you know, which party is out to bring the deep state to justice? Well, obviously the liberals don't even talk about the deep state. So the answer would be the Republican Party, or you want to say conservative, you want to say MAGA. You pick your elephant. I got a bunch of these, and I want to see where your mind stand on some of this stuff, because there's a lot of these in here, and I think some of them can be quite complicated. Some of them can actually be quite complicated. Hates America. Which party would we be talking about? The party that hates America. It's going to be something like that. Anyhow, before we get into that, though, I do want to talk to you guys about something else that is not as fun or something to make fun about, but in my opinion, somewhat, perhaps somewhat concerning. Now, Marco Rubio was on television earlier this week or a few days ago this week. And this year, I want you to, because like I said, we talked about all during Biden's term, Sleepy Joe Biden. And now it's coming up in conjunction with President Trump. But I think there may be enough here that we need to talk about this.
This is taxpayer money.
Secretary Rubio, have you been at more than one meeting where President Trump has fallen asleep?
That's false. That's false. I've never seen him fall asleep. On the contrary, the guy doesn't sleep, which is a big problem because he calls me at 2 in the morning. He calls me at 5 in the morning. And, you know, I like to sleep a little bit, maybe not 12 hours, but at least 6. So he works. The other day he was at the Oval Office until 12:30 p.m. 12:30 a.m. I don't know what you're talking about.
Secretary Rubio,
I want you to listen to how he responds.
I'm going to show you in a moment a video that shows you just lied to Congress.
Oh, okay.
So this is a video of a cabinet meeting literally from last month where Donald Trump is sleeping while you're talking. Please show this video.
Coalition of countries that line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace, and it's still every day is a challenge, but it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started. It never would have happened if you've been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace, and Donald Trump is sleeping right next to you.
No, he's not.
If Donald Trump cannot stay awake at these important meetings where the cameras are rolling, imagine what he's like when the cameras are not there. So I'm going to ask you, have you been at classified meetings where Donald Trump has fallen asleep or had trouble staying awake?
I've never been in any meeting where and the things you're showing me now, he was not falling asleep. And
so,
I think
so you're lying again. You're lying consistently to.
Okay, so they're going back and forth in the argument. By way of yes or no in the comments, how many of you folks believe that Marco Rubio was telling the truth when he said he's never seen President Trump falling asleep in a meeting? If you believe Marco Rubio was telling the truth, put in the comments true. If you believe he's lying right there, put in the comments lying. But he does say that he's never seen. Now it's hard not to look at, where's the video? I'm gonna see if I can bring it up. It's hard not to look at that because Trump's eyes are clearly closed, and he's obviously not focused on anything that is being said by Rubio. Not even looking at Rubio. But whether or not you believe what Rubio is saying here is not what I want to focus on, because that's just him sitting beside Marco Rubio. What I also want to show you is, here's another video, or better yet, another still shot. Now, in this case, he's not only asleep, he's starting to slouch over. So, and Rubio, I don't know if Rubio is in the room on this one, but it's pretty clear that he is not awake. I mean, there is no denying this man is asleep in this video or in this clip. So, and for Rubio to say he's never seen it makes me wonder, like, is it possible that maybe you're not paying attention? Because you seen him there with the yellow tie on. Here's another picture of him here with a red tie on. Now, once again, he is clearly asleep. This man is falling asleep in meetings. I mean, it's undeniable. He don't normally look like that. He is asleep. So for Rubio to say he's never, I don't know, once again, I don't know if Rubio is in the background at this meeting either. but he's clearly falling asleep. And I see in the comments, Eric Danilla says it's all AI. Well, listen, if it's AI, my first response is going to be, why aren't the Republican Party, why isn't the Trump administration claiming that? That would be something we could have a conversation about. But you notice that you're claiming all this is AI and the Trump administration is not. They're actually trying to say the man is awake. So they're not saying it's AI. That's something you're making a defense for the Trump administration that they're not even trying to use themselves. Now, what I want to ask you folks before we get too deep down the path, and by the way, here's yet another one here of him once again just out of it. I don't know how there we go. Completely out of it. But I do want to say before we get into that, because I don't want to just focus on him being asleep. I understand that was the whole sleepy Joe Biden thing, which is crazy when you're accusing one man of being asleep, then you get in the office and pretty much start doing the same thing. But as you know, Trump's condition, so to speak, for lack of a better term, his condition has been in the news quite a bit. Obviously, there's this whole thing about his hand. I'll put that on the screen there. And this was a few months ago, as you probably remember. His hand showing, there were spots on his hand, and he put this huge amount of makeup on his hand to try to cover his hand up. So that's obviously been in the news. And how anybody would think that in a room full of probably 4 or even 8K cameras, he would get away with this. I don't know. To me, they should have had him come in there like Michael Jackson and just put a glove on. But you really think that in a room like that, with all of those folks in there, with all those high-tech cameras, nobody's going to catch this? This is not even a good color match. I mean, that's got to be several shades lighter, that makeup is, than the color of his actual skin. So I don't know who would have put that on his hands like that. But in addition to that, that was a story for a while. His hands. Also in the news was his ankles. This was also a few months ago. Now, look, one of these issues you could probably explain away, but there's a lot of this stuff. There's a lot of these. Okay, so we're talking about his hands, we're talking about his ankles, we're talking about him falling asleep. And now, as of the last few days, he's in the news because he has swelling on his face. I should have had it ready. I don't know where I must didn't put it in here, but his eyes are now showing signs of swelling. So, and by the way, his hands, there's photos of his hands one hand being swollen to the point where it almost looked like he had a inflated glove on his hand. So we're talking hands, ankles, eyes. He's falling asleep. I want to ask, do you think there's anything up with the health of the president, or is this all just a coincidence? And do you believe if there is something up with his health, do you believe he would be honest and tell us? Because we've ran several shows, in my opinion, Joe Biden in the Biden administration, they were not honest. They were not honest. I've been holding this lady accountable, pissing off my liberal folks, because I do believe Kamala Harris knew Biden was not on the up and up, and they kept it from the public. But what about the Trump administration? What if President Trump is not all there cognitively? Do you think the Trump administration would go by way of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and do the same thing? And do the exact same thing that they've been chastising the Democrats for about 5 years now? And here's where the problem is. You don't want to engage in elder abuse or saying all kinds of shit about somebody like that. But the problem is, because Trump and his supporters have been doing it to Biden for so long, you can only expect it to happen. If for some reason his cognitive abilities fail, because he spent 5-6 years or so doing all sorts of jokes and references to Biden's cognitive abilities failing, you gotta expect it to happen to him. I mean, he's been anything but professional about the failings of Biden. So you would have to absolutely expect it to happen to him. So I do want to talk about that and see what you folks have to say. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. We'll start taking calls, and we're going to get into a game of political word association. I'm going to throw the phrase out there. You let me know what party you believe is associated closer with that phrase, and then we'll go into why. And I have a host of these. So, and it's not as obvious as you might think. It's not as obvious as you might think. There's always another side to it. So I do want to hear from you folks. Trump's doing 1,000% better than Biden did, says Master Fisher. Well, by what metric? If you want to say he's doing 1,000% better on the border, I think you're going to get a lot of people that would agree with that. But other than the border, it starts to get real murky from that point on. Is he doing 1,000% better than Biden's economy? Is he doing 1,000% better in terms of building allies and strengthening America? It's going to get real murky from that point on. So when you say Trump is doing 1,000 times better than Biden, I'd love to have you up here and hear you explain the metrics you're developing that sort of an opinion from. And look, if you're right, you're right. We don't block, ban, or censor. So you can come to us with any political opinion that you want. We don't block, ban, or censor. So tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. We'll start taking callers. Where is the other screen? Clapper, we're currently, for who is that? Somebody asked me, where's the other stream? I'm trying to get out my damn spectacles because you're getting fucking, I can't see. Boston Reds, we're currently live on Instagram, Substack, TikTok, Clapper, and YouTube. If you're watching us live currently on Instagram, TikTok, Substack, or Clapper, follow the program. If you're watching us live on or on YouTube, give your boy a sub. If you want to be a live caller, the name is the same across all platforms. The Handsome Liberal, same name on any of those apps. The apps where you can call in and be the actual caller: Clapper, Instagram, Substack, and TikTok. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't allow it, so it is what it is. But I would certainly like to bring up YouTube callers because that's where a lot of my beloved MAGA are. By the way, we don't block, ban, or censor, and we are MAGA friendly. Been MAGA friendly since day one. Always have been MAGA friendly. Always will be. Our comments on this program go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. Doesn't matter what your political affiliation is, whether you're in the comment section or whether you're actually on that call. We don't block, ban, or censor you for what you believe, and we don't limit your time because you got a difference of opinion. It's all about free speech here, folks, and we mean that. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly. So tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. Nothing to see here. The Republicans are known for being honest, says the handsome one. Really? Known for being honest, huh? Okay. I guess it's been a long time since we had Nixon. I am not a crook. The border crisis was real, but Obama was better than any of them. Wow. Says Patch. Wow. This Carmelo trial is such an eye-opener. Blacks are exposing themselves for extremely racist tribal hypocrites that they are. Yikes. So you telling me before the Carmelo Austin Metcalf trial, you hadn't seen any racism, just only from blacks, huh? Okay, all right. You kind of slept in history class, huh? Biden, that baby rapper in the grandma rappers over the grammatical missteps that makes that impossible to read. Trump attacked the elderly, handicapped, the dead, soldiers, reporters. Who didn't he attack? Give me a moment. That ain't an easy question to answer, to be honest with you. Anyway, let me go ahead and start taking callers. Tap the screen, get us up to 10,000 on TikTok. We don't have a deficit, we have fraud. Yikes. Yikes. Let me go to the box. We'll start off with the first caller and we'll continue from that point on. We'll go to Andy. Good evening, Andy. Welcome to the program. If it brings her up, let's make sure don't know if it's going to bring up. Let me make sure I'm on Wi-Fi because sometimes when I'm not, it can cause problems here. Okay. I didn't bring up Andy. Don't know why not, but we'll continue on with East Side. Good evening. I think this does that say East Side? And this one is, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Does that say East Side? What am I clicking on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it says East Side.
All
I
right.
just removed the A. The A is silent. You don't pronounce the A.
Okay. I'm learning. I'm always learning. Okay, so you don't pronounce the A. So now we're talking about the potential of President Trump having health issues, and that's in the middle of folks saying he should run for a third term. Do you believe that the man is capable, or do you believe it's just a bunch of liberal nonsense and suggesting that he's falling asleep, swollen ankles, his hands are changing? Do you think that's just a bunch of liberal, much ado about nothing?
No, I don't think it's a bunch of nothing. I actually watched I was watching the Midas Touch, and I watched Rubio before the Judiciary Committee, and when they asked him, have you ever been in the room when he's fell asleep? It's Representative.
Yeah, we played it a minute ago. Yeah, we did play it, and Rubio saying no, and then he shows a video of him clearly sitting right next to him while he's asleep.
Yes, yes. And so it's not just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. He's definitely, he's older. What is he going to be? 81, I believe.
He'll be 80. He'll be 80 in November, I think.
Okay. He's a big guy, and his health is probably depleting. It's just that time wins. Time's undefeated. I don't think the sharpest knife in the drawer would ever say he needs to run a third term.
Well, there's a whole lot of MAGA that says that. Are you saying that MAGA are not the sharpest knives in the drawer? Because a lot of MAGA say he should run for a third term.
MAGA at this point is the what's duller than a butter knife?
Watch your mouth, son. Watch your mouth.
They are the paper knife in the drawer.
Oh my! Sharp.
They're not even the plastic. They're not even the plastic at this point.
Why would you say that about MAGA? That's your fellow brothers and sisters.
Well, I think the receipts are in. I think we have enough evidence at this point that we can justifiably say that. I think that the situation in Iran has shown that. I believe the stock markets yesterday has shown that. I believe. Did you pull up the Secretary of Treasury when he was in front of the Judiciary Committee?
No, but I did hear about the stock market. But before we get into that, you said the situation in Iran. I had one of my friends who was MAGA make it clear to me, listen, you've had every president damn near in our lifetime saying that Iran should not develop a nuclear weapon, they're the world state sponsor of terrorism, et cetera, et cetera. And Trump took the lead to actually do something when all of them just talked about it. Why is he being banished for doing something that all the rest of them indicated they kind of wanted to do?
Well, the thing of it is that you don't do something if there's nothing there to do. So for instance, if we knew for a fact that they had a ballistic spear, I don't know how.
He says he knew they had atomic weapons. He said he knew.
Yes, he did say that. However, his Joe Kent, who is the man that's paid to look into these things, said otherwise, and so did Christy Nome. She also said otherwise.
I think you mean Tulsi Gabbard.
No, Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard.
The other woman likes to kill dogs. That's not the.
Right, she was head of the Homeland Security.
Yeah, she was Homeland Security.
Yeah, my bad. But they all said otherwise. And and again, since 1995, and I'll never stop saying this, we can go back to 1995 that I remember Benjamin Netanyahu coming out and saying, hey, in 6 months, they're going to have a WOD.
So what are you suggesting? Considering that our head of intelligence, in terms of Tulsi Gabbard said they were not developing a bomb, where did he get the information from? Are you saying that Netanyahu's the one that sent us to war?
I am 100,000, a billion% saying that Netanyahu is the one that sent us to war. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. And it goes to our Secretary of State coming on TV, national TV, and saying, hey, look, they said they were going to do it, and we felt that so we went ahead and did it first. It all boils down to that.
But wait,
if
they said they were going to do. You mean Israel said they were going to do it, and we preempted them?
Yes. Yes, that's what Mark. That's what our
Yeah, I
secretary
remember
says.
hearing. I do remember hearing them say that, and I don't know what the hell.
I watched it. I watched it.
Yeah,
I
I don't know
watched
why
it.
would we preempt if Israel's saying they're going to attack Iran. Why would we jump in and rush to do it first? So in other words, we put our people at risk and let our people get killed
Not on-
instead of
Well,
theirs.
not only you did it the day before. The day before you strike, you had just sat down with the foreign minister of Iran, and he got on TV on Friday and said, I think we're going to reach a deal. I think things are going good. I think we're making some progress. The next day,
We attack.
Saturday, you attack.
Yeah, they're comparing it to Hirohito in December 7, 1941 when he attacked Pearl Harbor because we were in negotiations with the Japanese and they launched a sneak attack. So this has a lot of remnants of that whole Pearl Harbor thing is what people are saying is that you tricked them by thinking that you're going to negotiate with them and then while they're kind of letting their guard down, you launch an attack.
And so ever since then, so now the negotiation goes as follows. This is their negotiation. We want the 24 billion. We want 12 billion up front. We're keeping this. It's no longer the Strait of Hormuz. It's the Strait of Iran. We're charging people tolls. You get up out of here, and nobody is going to pledge allegiance to Israel as they requested. He's not getting anything out of this. And another thing. Russia 2 days ago did a $28 billion nuclear power plant deal with Iran 2 days ago.
Wow, I have not heard that. I mean, is it possible that perhaps Russia is kind of having a proxy war with the United States? We're at war with Iran and they're doing what they can to help Iran. Is it similar to us helping the Ukraine and while they're attacking the Ukraine, we were helping the Ukraine. So while we're attacking Iran, they're going to pay us back by helping Iran.
Ukraine, with the Yugoslavians, the sanctions from Reagan and Bush and Clinton. They're getting back for all of that.
Wow.
Yeah, they getting. You got to remember, he was KG. Putin was KGB. He is diehard Russian. He is in his soul Russian, and he remembers all of that. He lived through all of that.
So do we do anything to address the Russians? If we're in a proxy war with the Russians and they're undermining our efforts in the Middle East, do we do anything to them? Impose sanctions, make threats, maybe start helping the Ukrainians with weapons again? Do we do anything to them? Because Trump always speaks favorably of Putin. He's a great guy. He's smart. He doesn't really criticize Putin at all.
Well, like one of the oligarchs of Russia said, we don't care about your sanctions because we don't do business with you anyway.
Well, no, but they do. No, but we did seize yachts and all kinds of other shit. I mean, they don't do business with America, but when we have respect, I don't know if we have that now, but I'm gonna put that in air quotes. When we have respect, we can convince a lot of countries that they do business with, not to mess with them.
Well, that would have been good maybe in the 90s, but right now Russia is expanding into Africa. There's a whole new market for them there militarily with Ibrahim Traoré, who is doing great things in Bona Faso. I'm sorry if I mispronounce it, but I think y'all know what I'm talking about. And they're China with the expansion, what China's doing, working with them. So I just don't Brazil. I just don't think nobody cares. It's not as constrained as it was.
Are we losing influence? We're the superpower. We're the world police.
No, we've lost it. We've lost it. The president of Finland, Alexander Rue, I think. What's his name?
I don't know who that guy is. I don't know his name.
He said Canada should become the 29th state of the EU. They're talking about the EU is wanting to form this new alliance. NATO's done. NATO's done. Nobody cares about that. The EU is now forming to become a super.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You say NATO is done, but they do. So what? The EU becomes the alliance to replace NATO?
Yes, that's what it's looking like.
So it's not done. It's just renamed, plus or minus the United States.
United States, right? But nobody's really so much stuck on NATO. They're now understanding that because, like, the whole thing was you put your bases over here. Your soldiers are here. You're able to monitor intelligence, and they threw it all away for Benjamin because Benjamin Button said so. And it's just this is the most. And again, this goes to the paper knife in the drawer.
But what about the war? When you talk about NATO and our allies and all of that, are they holding us accountable for Trump, or do they realize that there's a large contingent of Americans that do not favor what's going on, but we just happen to be powerless to do anything about it right now? Whereas maybe in a few years, you'll get the United States that you come to know and love back. And thank you for the hat mustache giant robot. I appreciate that. So are they holding us accountable and believing that America is fucked going forward? Or do they realize that, look, they just they're in a bind right now, but they'll be back?
The latter. I think it's the latter. I think I believe Iran even has spoken and said, look, we realize it's not the people. We know who the problem is. It's the government. And the people that we have in power right now are electoral people who vote is the problem. I really cannot respect or speak of these MAGA people or conservative Republicans in any manner other than disgust, because they have destroyed this nation. When we sat there and told them, we all said, do not go this way. Do not vote for this man. They thought it was cute and funny. They thought everything was funny. But now, the farms, Texas, an entire community in Texas is about to vote blue in the midterms. Diehard conservative county is going to vote blue because of those data farms.
But do you think that the Democrats really in a state? Okay, in a county is one thing, but you don't think a state like Texas has any risk of going blue, do you?
Yeah, no, it's happening. I swear, I've been watching it. I was watching the Midas Touch again, and they were the woman said, what did she say? She said it was like a rhyme. She said, "We'll vote red or blue. If you against the data farms, then I'm voting for you." That's their mantra.
The data farms are real unpopular, but I don't know if you put in a Democrat. I mean, I get her saying she's basically like, I'm gonna give a shit what side of the aisle you're on. If you for these farms, you got to go. But because my guess is the Democrats are gonna be for those farms too.
It's the community though. They have literally got together. All of them have got the community. I will go back. It's on the Midas Touch, and I watched the entire thing. I just can't remember. But it's one of the counties in Texas, and they have got together and said, we have got to vote against the Republicans because they're the ones that are upholding the data farms.
Well, yeah, they got Elon Musk, they got Jeff Bezos, they got Zuckerberg, they got the people who want the farms. They got the people who actually want the data on their side. So yeah, the Republicans are far more in favor of data farms because the people who want the farms are the ones that are funding a lot of their campaigns. So
yeah, that's what they're saying. That a lot of these people. And the thing is, and here's the thing about MAGA, and you can look in the comments. The people they won't even listen to the people that live where that are telling you about their community. So since you can go in these comments and you'll see that they'll say, well, if it's a Democrat, it's going to be worse. But the people there have got to get, you're not even listening. This is how ignorant you people are. You're not even listening to the people that are actually suffering. And that's why it's hard to be like you're a human or you're somewhat a compadre or a kinship of ours, because you literally don't care. All you care about is the Republican Party.
Yeah. It's not the party. It's Trump. If Trump says it's good, it don't. Even if it's a diehard MAGA supporter, diehard MAGA voter, if that person is criticizing Trump or going against something that Trump thinks is good for the country, that person suddenly becomes an outsider and they're wrong. That's what's happening. So they're not listening to the people in the community because they're going against Trump.
Right, and I'll say I'm from Kentucky. Massey. We seen that and was like, yeah,
Wow.
these people are truly disgusting.
Yeah.
Because we and that's what everybody was watching. We like, okay, let's see what happens to Massey, and to the fact that he lost to that guy that nobody knows. We clueless. We have no idea. I mean, it's not in my district. I really don't. But everybody knows Massey, and we know what he stood for. We know he voted 91% of the time conservative. But the things he didn't was the pedo, the war, and what else? It was three things he wouldn't move on. More important, I can't remember, but more importantly,
he got in Trump's way. That's all you got to remember. I do got to move it on, but once you get in Trump's way, it's kind of like the old 90s Janet Jackson song, What Have You Done For Me Lately? It don't matter how much you've been riding with Trump. The minute you get in his way, you got to go. Because Marjorie Taylor Greene is like 95, 98% of the time she voted with Trump. He wants 100% compliance.
I mean, that's and you're an immoral person, so who could be 100% with you? Because you're not a moral person, for one. You said things that those people excuse, and it's just right now it is blue no matter who, simply because we're talking about the morality of the people of America. So right now it is blue no matter who. Now, once we can get past MAGA, then we can get back to, okay, business as usual. Because, if it was business as usual, the voting, it wouldn't even matter as much. But right now, we truly understand that this is a moral issue. You know what I mean? This is not about it's not even about the policy so much.
Well, some people think the Democrats lack morals on some issues too. I got to move it on. I'll explain it on the other side. But some people believe the Democrats don't have all their morals together either. So, as I mentioned, with not being honest about Biden's cognitive abilities is a perfect example. But appreciate you coming on. I got to move it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I'll tell you another one. The fact that the Democrats support gender change. I understand. I know folks don't like getting hit over the head with this over and over again. But the MAGA Saturday out, the Republican Saturday out, it's a big issue to them. So when you talk about the Republicans are not getting things morally right, they don't think that that's morally right. So there is some pushback. Now I know if you're on the left, that shit is way down in the weeds. That's not ample pushback if you're on the left. But on the right, that gender stuff is really, really big to them, which is going to lead me into my first phrase of word association. We're going to be playing a game of word association while we're talking about the actual issues. I'll go with the first one. I got quite a bit of these, but which party is more pro-LGBTQ? Which party? I mean, listen, LGBTQ folks, lesbian, gay, bi, trans, and queer. There's a bunch of other letters after that. But there are sisters, there are brothers, there are humans just like all of us. They're American citizens, they vote, all of that. Grew up in the neighborhoods with everybody. Why would one party be favorable to American citizens and the other party not? Maybe both parties are pro-LGBTQ. So I get my first guess up here. We're going to talk about that. I got quite a bit of others. It's not going to be that easy, though. Understand, this is a simple one. I think everybody's going to go one way on pro-LGBTQ, but by the time this is done, you're not going to know which party is pro. So anyway, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 20,000. Got a lazy fingers in here. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap, hat mustache goes. The handsome one says, in regards to the Trump was falling asleep, I'll see if I can bring up the clip because this is kind of funny. This is the picture here that shows President Trump look like he's dozing off. Handsome one in the comments says that he's not falling asleep. The cameraman was falling asleep, and that's why it's tilted. So, so Trump is sitting up straight. It's the cameraman that's slacking. All right. blame it on the cameraman. You know, they said the cameraman never dies. So he said the cameraman was actually falling asleep and the screen is tilted. Funny, very funny. Looking in the comments also, I don't know, and God, as you say, when is that? I don't know when this one was, but it's not the only one we mentioned, because here's another one of him in a yellow tie. This one is more recent, but there's another one. Like I said, he's not only falling asleep, he's falling over. So it's hard not to believe he's falling asleep, because he's not even sitting upright. His posture and everything is going off. And I think I got at least three of them. I got at least three of them in here. I mean, all you gotta do is type in Google Trump falling asleep. There's plenty of pictures of him falling asleep in different ties, different settings, different backgrounds. Dude has fell asleep in public, which is why when I opened up, and I'll go back to this video real quick before we take the next caller. When I opened up with the clip of Marco Rubio, which was astonishing. I don't know. Apparently my whole setup is fucking up here, so maybe I can't do it right now. Oh, there we go. When we open up the clip of Marco Rubio making it sound like all of this was foreign to him, to some degree.
Why we're involved in this whole Ukraine.
It was kind of laughable.
That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started. It never would have happened if you'd been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace, and Donald Trump is sleeping right next to you.
No, he's not.
If Donald Trump cannot stay awake at these important meetings where the cameras are rolling, imagine what he's like when the cameras are not there. So
here's what he actually asked him.
Secretary Rubio, have you been at more than one meeting where President Trump has fallen asleep?
That's false. That's false. I've never seen him fall asleep. On the contrary, the guy doesn't sleep, which is a big problem, because he calls me at 2 a.m, he calls me at 5 a.m, and I like to sleep a little bit, maybe not 12 hours, but at least 6. So he works. The other day he was at the Oval Office until 12:30 p.m. 12:30 a.m. I don't know what you're talking about.
Secretary Rubio, I'm going to show you in a moment a video that shows you just lied to Congress.
Oh, okay.
So this is a video of a cabinet meeting literally from last month where Donald Trump is sleeping while you're talking. Please show this video.
A coalition of countries that line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace, and it's still every day is a challenge, but it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started. It never would have happened if you'd been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace.
So obviously, and then Rubio argues back that he wasn't asleep. But to me, it's pretty clear that the guy is asleep. I mean, look, unless you just really want to make excuses to defend Trump, but it's pretty obvious that he's falling asleep. Whereas Goddess in the comments says he's nodding off. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. Kel Bruce says the difference between the Republicans and Democrats is that the Democrats don't hide behind religion, but the Republicans do. So when they go against something in the Bible, they're seen as hypocrites. Yeah, I don't think the Democrats really cite religion for most of the things they do or how they operate. I mean, I'm assuming we can come up with things that the Democrats hide behind, but religion is normally not one of them. So I don't disagree with that. Even if he's not sleeping, he is exhibiting poor attention, says Q. True, but I think he's actually out of it. His eyes are completely closed. So I don't think it's that he's exhibiting poor attention. His eyes are fucking closed. Death by PowerPoint. I've fallen asleep during boring training in the Marines. Look, we've all fell asleep when we shouldn't have out in public. But if you're the president and you're on national, if not international TV, you can't just say, well, such and such did it too. And then, of course, when you got a record like Trump of criticizing the last guy over and over again and making nicknames about the guy falling asleep, you absolutely can't do it. I mean, it makes it worse because of how bad he was towards the last guy about doing it. You can't get in there and then do the same thing you've been chastising the other guy for the last several years. So to me, in Trump's case, that makes it more egregious just because of how bad he treated the last guy. Real quick before we go to the next caller, I don't know why for TikTok, it seems like I'm going on and offline because all the other platforms is working correctly. TikTok began to engage in censorship. So I don't know because we got a strong Wi-Fi connection and all of that, but TikTok is indicating that we're going in on and offline. So I don't know if there's some censorship going on or what. But looking at the comments, he's knocked the hell out. I was looking like that last night after a couple sessions of Kush. Anyway, let me go back to the box. Tap the screen, get the lights on up, and we'll make it happen with MAGA Reacts. Help you out the hat mustache, TikTok cap goes. Tap the screen, get us up to 20,000. MAGA, good evening.
Tim, how are you acting like it's the same thing as Biden?
So is he wide awake in all of those videos?
No, but Biden's schedule, Biden was up at noon, at bed by 7. He's only up for 7 hours. Trump is up for like almost 24 hours. You know, a lot of people claim they get a call from him in the middle of the night. We know he's in the middle of the night.
You're making hold on. You're making jokes about a guy being sleepy. So when you're sleep, well, my schedule's hard. No, you can't fall asleep when you're joking about it. Big dogs, thank you. Shout out for the support.
Doesn't matter, Ken.
Yeah, it does matter. Is it okay to go to? So wait. So what you're saying is, as long as you got a tough schedule, it's okay to doze off.
Yeah, because he's working his ass off. Every time I'm up here, I tell you, oh, he's the hardest working president I've ever seen.
So
I don't know if he's the best or the worst, but
so how do you
he's
know?
the hardest working.
So how do you know in some of these important meetings, if you're okay to doze off, how do you know he's actually hearing all of this shit and being alert? I mean, it could be missing valuable information.
Bro, most of these meetings are repetitive as fuck. I mean, most of the shit they say is a repeat of the same shit they say last week. And if it was you, you'd be falling asleep too.
No, because I wouldn't be up at night tweeting out insults and shit, which is causing me to fall asleep during the daytime.
I work all day, I'm up all night, and every time I try to watch one of these fucking meetings, I fall asleep. So I don't blame Trump falling asleep. Have you?
I don't even know what to say.
One of these fucking meetings, they're fucking boring as fuck. I never watch them. The only time I watch one of them, I fall asleep through them and I forget to change the channel.
It's hard to even have a conversation because this guy for years was criticizing Biden for being asleep, and now you're well.
Yeah, Biden was.
You're not. Listen, you don't get a pass. You don't get a pass because you're up all night doing a lot of shit that is unrelated to making America great. If you're up in China making some kind of peace deal, and then you fly back to America and you're back on TV in 3 hours in a time zone, that's one thing. But when you're up in the middle of the night and all it involves is a whole bunch of tweets and hateful shit, you don't get a pass in the day for falling asleep. You didn't need to be up doing that.
Trump does it all. And a lot of that stuff has to do with America. Most of it is for America. A lot of those tweets are work related. I mean, the man works hard. He's up day and night. And you're comparing him to the guy he's up at noon in bed by 7.
What I'm saying,
7 hours a day. This guy is up like 20 hours a day.
My point is this, you don't get a pass for doing what your predecessor did, and then, but I have a long schedule. Either you.
It makes a difference, Tim.
It does make, no, it doesn't. Your response is a president should,
than fucking Biden did in a year.
Your response is a president should be awake.
Everything in a week.
Your response is a president should be awake, not sleep. You're coming up with excuses for why it's okay to fall asleep on national TV. That's what you're doing. You're trying to come up with excuses for it.
Sleepy Joe was sleepy because he was fucking in his basement sleepy 24/7.
And this guy's doing it on TV.
We're not going to do this shit. Not today. We are not going to sit here and do the same fucking shit over and fucking over. Get your cock out your damn mouth and quit being like a bitch.
Hey, the only
you know exactly. You know exactly. You guys, you belittled Biden for having a speech impairment. You belittled him for doing anything. If he stumbles, you guys belittled him. How the fuck are you guys doing that? And then he's over here falling asleep. Shut your ugly ass up. He's over here falling asleep.
He's still repeating the live. His own wife just came out last week and she thought he had a stroke.
Tim, this is what you do. You cupcake with these motherfuckers. You think it's fucking funny. This is the shit that we have to fight every day.
He's got a brain aneurysm. He's got a stroke. He's got cancer.
And so
he's totally fine. It's just a speech impediment. You're fucking delusional.
And
Bitch, shut your ass up and kiss my black ass.
wait, okay, hold on.
Never said
Look at your
anything good.
mama. Your mama did it.
Gangster, Gangster, you're off the topic. You're just insulting the guy.
No. He ain't gonna disrespect me. He ain't gonna disrespect
You're
me.
disrespecting him.
This is the shit that we
Stop putting rocks in my mouth
This is
and
the
shit.
shit that we have to deal with every fucking day. They are the hypocrites. They was belittling Biden, but Biden did more for this damn country than
Biden
Trump
didn't do
ever has
shit.
did. Only Trump is
Biden
doing
was
right now is
asleep
lining his
24/7.
fucking
That's why
pocket
he's Sleepy
for
Joe.
our money.
Hold on a
But
second.
yeah, you were yes, master,
It would have never
yes,
been called Sleepy Joe. It wouldn't have caught on.
In the
But
co-
Biden was
Sleepy
sleeping
fucking
20 hours
maggots.
a
That's
day.
what. He's been sleeping every time he gets
I know
on
you're
national
bad at
TV.
math, but
He
when you
is
wake up at
sleeping.
12, when you wake up at 12 and go back to at 7, that's only 7 hours out of fucking 24.
Oh, shut up.
what I'm laughing.
That's why Sleepy Joe.
What I don't get is you're literally making excuses for him falling asleep.
You're always writing for him. Name me one policy he has did for us, any of us. I'll fucking wait because you can't.
He fucking closed the border. He fucking decided to tariff and set up
comprehend
tax.
this, you special ed
He's
dropout.
constantly.
Comprehend this, you special ed dropout. The border is never
reopened 3
closed
Mile Island,
because
give
it
us more
can't
nuclear
be
power.
closed because of the Constitution. You numb nut, reject from the holy bitch. That's what you fucking is.
Excuses,
Now, tell me again,
excuses.
what the fuck else has he did? If he didn't do the border, it's going to be the same fucking shit when he
The
leaves.
border is perfect right now.
No,
Nobody's
the border
complaining
is
about
not
people
perfect.
coming over the border.
Okay, let me comprehend this, you motherfucker.
Nobody's complaining about the
That's why he
border.
said he likes the uneducated.
The only people crying
His
about it is you
numbers
guys.
are down, you fucking nuts.
Hold on. Gangster Grandma. Hold on. MAGA reacts in the comments. This is directed at you. MAGA reacts sounds like he's 23 and owns 2 houses in Miami. He's not exactly having the same experience as your average American or being poor. Says you're a rich kid, not poor or average. How do you respond to that?
First of all, one of my houses is in Orlando. They're not both in Miami. Second of all,
Just makes it work.
when I first moved to Miami, it was 6 of us living in a
Oh
one-bedroom for most of my life. I've only made money
Let me tell you
the last
something,
couple
Tim.
of years.
Let me tell you guys something. This is how dumb he. This is why he can play stupid shit with you. He can tell you it's fucking raining piss, and you guys will believe him because the border is not closed. His numbers are down. Biden, the one that you call Sleepy Joe, has
Biden
higher
did deport
numbers
more, but-
than him. He did more for the border than Trump has done. His numbers are
No, the border
down.
was a mess around here.
Wait a minute. You're telling me, you're trying to say, hold on, Gangsta Grandma, hold on, MAGA, Gangsta Grandma, you're trying to say Biden did more for the border than Trump?
Yeah, his numbers are higher.
Nobody's gonna
His
believe that.
numbers are- yeah, shut your ass up. Get
I
your white
think I
ass
spent
up.
5 minutes
I know
on
you a
YouTube
bitch
to
like
show
that,
how much
bro.
of a fucking retard you
Yeah,
are.
nobody's
5
gonna.
minutes on
Your
YouTube.
mama is. Your
YouTube,
mama is,
the
though.
border,
And I'm not the
YouTube
one that's stuck on the white man's cock,
2022
though.
versus the border today. Hell, YouTube the border at 2023, 2024. Pick any one of the Biden years. Look for border videos
Yeah,
from
go
that
look
year
at the
compared
numbers.
to today.
Look at the numbers. They're fucking higher. They're fucking higher. The one that had the
numbers are
most,
not higher.
the one that had the most
People were literally
was
just walking
Obama.
in the border
And
whenever
then
they
it came-
want.
and
They would
then
literally
it
form a
came
line and get
Biden.
let in no matter
Biden
what.
had the most numbers too.
4 minutes.
Nothing
Biden
doing
deported
shit.
the most. I give him
I
credit
know,
for deporting every
Biden
time I'm
has.
here. Biden
Biden
is not.
has.
The border was a joke.
Biden has got the numbers, bitch. And what?
He deported
Numbers
the most
don't
because he
lie.
let in the
Facts
most.
don't lie, bitch. Facts don't lie, bitch. I
Yeah,
got
we
the
have
proof.
facts. We have
Right.
video of the border,
Look
how
at this.
secure
Look
it is
at this.
versus people. We have.
Yeah.
fucking
I
videos.
think trying to indicate that Biden did better on the border than Trump is a hard
He
sell.
did.
I think that's going to be a hard sell.
Hey, that's not hard
He
to
just
sell.
deported
His
more people
numbers-
because he let in more
right.
people.
His numbers are higher. You slow fucks. That's why we call you.
He
Tim.
deported
That's
more
why we
people
call you
because
the
he let
ultimate
in more
fluffer.
people.
And you
But
like to bring
overall,
down
the
the white
numbers,
man.
everything's
If you
better
just
under
go and
Trump.
Google the shit, you don't go see the fucking numbers and the stats. The stats
You know what the
don't
border looked
fucking
like
lie.
under Biden? It
The
looked like
stats
California's
don't
homeless
fucking
problem.
lie. The stats don't fucking lie.
I-
He did deport more people. He did.
Yeah, because
what
he
the
let in
fuck
more
are you
people.
talking about?
I
He let in
don't.
4 people and deport 1
No,
versus letting
he
in
did
0
not.
and deporting
That's the only
1.
reason why I had more people
That's why Trump's doing better.
Because of COVID-19, you stupid fuck. And they couldn't stop it.
His numbers stay
Because
high
the
all the way
judge
to the
did
end.
not let them stay in Mexico no more. It was unconstitutional. Shut your damn mouth up.
Either
And
way,
guess who
people
did
were
that?
coming in
And
every
guess
day.
who did
You
that?
don't have to talk to me.
Trump
Talk to the people that live on these
did.
border towns.
That's
Two-
why you don't fucking do shit.
2
That's why
minutes.
you don't
2
do
minutes.
shit.
2 minutes. I don't.
This is why he likes
Whoa,
the
whoa,
uneducated.
whoa, whoa,
They can
whoa,
see
whoa, whoa,
everything. They can
whoa,
see
whoa,
everything
whoa, whoa, whoa.
and don't know shit about shit. The border's not
You
closed.
live in fucking
Biden had more
California.
deportations, more encounters than any of them did. Him and
Hold on,
Obama
we got.
did.
Hold on, top dog. Now you've been listening to this. Do you agree with her that Biden's been better on the border than Trump?
When it comes to the numbers, as of probably right now, yeah, it comes to the numbers. Yeah, for sure. I believe that. I mean, unless you verify something different. But let's talk about MAGA React. MAGA React. You won't sit here and say it's okay for the president to go to sleep on TV? You justifying that shit, dog?
It's not okay, but it's a hard-working man. It's not like he was sleeping all day. The man's up a lot. The man's up 24/7 working.
MAGA React. You don't know what the fuck he do. He way up in fucking DC.
What do you mean? It's on TV. You guys not have fucking eyes? Do you not have eyes? It's on TV. It's on the fucking internet.
He don't fucking stream 24 hours. How do you know? He don't fucking stream 24 hours. How do you know what he's doing?
He's on TV a lot more than any other president ever. He's on TV every fucking day with
That's
being
fine.
interviewed,
Okay,
being
he's the
followed.
president. He's the president. He's supposed to be on TV. Back to what I'm saying.
Biden was on TV. Biden was on TV once a month, not once
That's
a day.
fine.
Once a month if
That's
you're
fine.
lucky.
That's fine.
Who's doing his job, you
My
nut?
question to you.
You were sleeping.
How the fuck are you trying to justify this man sleeping on TV?
I don't get that either.
Y'all had your schedule. I'll be okay with you sleeping too.
Let me.
I don't get that.
That's why. No, Tim, hold on. That's why we call MAGA a cult. That's why we call y'all some dumbasses. That's why we call y'all some
Why?
dipshits. That's why.
hard-working man can't fall asleep?
No, what you're supposed to say is, yeah, he did wrong for falling asleep on TV, yeah, and we can move on. But your dumb ass
Okay.
gonna sit here and try to justify the shit. Justify the shit.
It's called nuance, buddy. It's called nuance. It's not the same. You know what the word nuance means?
Hey, let me go back to
nuance
MAGA
to it,
React.
buddy.
Let me explain
You know what
something to
that
you.
means? Nuance.
MAGA React.
Google
I want you
nuance.
to- all that. Check this out. I want you to understand this. Remember this. You are not part of the in crowd. You can't sit at their table, my guy.
What does that have to do with
that
anything?
shit?
I'm
No,
a
it got
human
lot to
being.
do with
I have a
it. It has a lot
schedule
to do
similar to
with it.
him.
It has a lot
And
to
he
do
fall
with it.
asleep in a fucking court and in meetings too.
Can I say my last shit? I gotta
Yeah,
go.
hold on, you two. Okay, hold on. Hang on, top dog. Hold on, gangster, because you're right. Your time is up.
I gotta go. I gotta
Put
go.
your last word in. Go ahead, last
Let me tell
word.
you guys something. Top dog is right. You're never gonna be none of y'all. All you fucking
That's
little
not
slow ass
prison.
mag. Shut your ass up. All you
Prison.
slow
Let her finish. And I'll continue on with you too.
All you slow ass maggots, you're not a billionaire. You're never going to be at this fucking table. You guys got more in common with the blue than you ever
I
fucking
don't
think.
care.
Right now, as we speak, Medicare is being slashed. And well, right now, Presbyterian just slashed the Medicare off of the elderly. Took 30,000 people from next year off of Medicare. That's what you guys are fucking voting for. You took from your own fucking people, and that's disgusting. See, the blue never would do that. The blue wants everybody to have it and shit. But no, you guys kiss the billionaire's ass, and we're not getting shit from it, just our fucking money being stolen. Thank you, you stupid fucks.
All right, that's gangster. All right,
Because the only stupid fuck here is you.
okay.
Check this out, MAGA. Let me get my last word, Tim, and I'm gonna get off here because I'm done. MAGA reaction to the dipshit. Let me just say this. Hey, MAGA reaction. I'm gonna tell you this one more time. When they said you can't sit at the table, that has shit to do with prison, man. You looking dumb saying that shit.
That's why you can't sit at a fucking white table in prison because you're not white.
MAGA react. I'm telling you, you look dumb as fuck saying that
That's
shit,
the only
dog.
place where I can't sit at a fucking night that I want to sit at someone else's table. That's all what the table shit comes from prison.
No, we not talking about literally sitting at the table. You still not getting it. See, you the dumbass.
I want to
We're not-
sit at my
we're not-
table. Why would I want to sit at their table? I have my own table.
That's what we want to know. Why are you kissing Donald Trump's ass trying to get at his table and justify his bullshit?
I'm not. I don't
Yeah,
care about my
no,
table.
You're not. Well, you MAGA react.
I
You're
only
full of
give a fuck
shit.
about my
Tim.
table.
This guy's a dipshit. This is why we call MAGA Reacts the dipshit, the dumbest
My table had no food on it
I'll
under
let you,
Biden.
Tim. Peace out.
All right, Top Dog. Now, Maga, you giving. Listen, I gotta agree with both of them to the point where you're actually making excuses for why Trump is. It's okay for Trump to fall asleep. You're saying he's up late and he's running a tight schedule. I gotta ask you the same thing Gacy Grandma asked. What is he really accomplishing? I mean, what is he doing in the middle of the night that he couldn't do with a short schedule like Biden? What is he doing that's so awesome?
He's actually working. I mean, there.
What is he accomplishing though? If you go to the office, if you go, listen, hold on, hang on a second. All of us, when we go to work, we all have performance reviews and things like that. Your performance review is not based on how long you were at the job site, it's what did you accomplish. Pointing out that he's there a lot, what is he actually accomplishing?
Look, these numbers, I don't even know if they're published or not, but if you count how many calls he's made, how many fucking interviews he's done.
What is the accomplishment in that? Just calling hold on.
If you count his actual working hours, I say it's probably 10 times what Biden did.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is if I go meet with Vladimir Putin, I'm flying to a whole nother part of the world, a whole nother time zone. I'm putting in a lot of hours. But if nothing comes out of that meeting, do I get to say, well, see, Biden didn't go meet with him. Nothing came out. So where's the productivity is what I'm at. You're giving him credit just for putting in hours.
Putting in hours is important. You get results from putting in hours.
Is it possible to put in
the results because he puts in the work?
Is it possible to put in hours and not wait on? Does putting in
the work, he's gonna get the results he wants.
Does putting in hours guarantee results?
It doesn't guarantee it, man. That's why people get paid by the hour. Not everybody get paid off commission. Do you work off commission or do you work by the hour?
Give me some results. Give me some accomplishments.
Like, oh, he should only get paid off commission only.
But
he works by the hour like everybody else.
Because if Trump worked by the hour and you had no employer would want a guy like Trump that works by the hour, because a lot of the stuff that Trump does, being up in the middle of the night, has nothing to do with productivity. Like I mentioned, all of them tweets, some nights he's up tweeting hundreds of things. That has no productivity value to it. You wouldn't want to pay a guy like that per hour.
Differ on that. That's a whole other argument.
So then let me ask you, because you said hang on. You said we agree. You're saying the tweets, you said we agree to differ. So when he posted, let's go with the one of the Obamas as apes and all of the other folks as jungle animals. Do you believe that's a productive tweet?
Well, the initial tweet was pro-AI. So, yeah, he was trying to promote AI, which is what's fucking powering our economic system right now. I don't know if you noticed the stock market, but the stock market's up because of all the money we're making off AI, and he was promoting AI from what I remember. The fact that Obama happens to be at the end of the video in a bad manner wasn't the purpose of the video. The purpose of the video was AI.
So the one of him shitting on protesters, was that productive?
That was just funny. I mean,
so that's wasted time then. So that's wasted time then.
Listen, it's not just the fucking tweets and everything. It's everything he does.
But this is part of it. No, because you gotta go somewhere. He's not making those tweets. So that means you're spending time on some backwoods website or something. You're going and finding this stuff. What about him as the Pope? Was that productive?
Not everything he does is productive. But
that's the point. So all of the stuff that he's...
I'm not saying it's productive, but I'm saying the man's working hard. I've never said... I give him a C because the results are shit. But guess what? I believe in him because when you work hard, eventually the results are going to pay off.
How do you know?
So eventually he's going to get what he wants.
How do you know they're going to pay off?
Because that's how life works, Tim. Everyone I know that works as hard as him does good. All my friends that work as hard as him are richer than I am. And I've never seen somebody work as hard as Trump and fail. That's why I have faith in the man. Not because he's white, not because all the lies and all the bullshit, because how hard the man works. You can see it in all the fucking rallies he did when he was running for president. You can see it in everything he does. He's on TV more than Biden, more than Obama. He's making more phone calls. You could talk to all the different people he talks to. Like, you go online anywhere, any part of the internet, you'll hear a story about how they got a call from Trump and he did this and that. Everybody gets calls from Trump. This man is on the phone 24/7. And I don't know what else to tell you, Tim. He works hard. I know
you say
it's
you
not
don't.
productive now, but I think it's going to pay off in the long
Yeah,
run.
and that's the
People that
point. You
work
say you
hard, it pays
don't.
off.
You say I don't know what else to tell you, and then you go, it's not productive now, but it will. That is what else to tell me. Tell me it is productive right now. Show me fruits of that
Does hard
labor.
work pay off? Does hard work pay off? Yes or no? That's the question.
It can.
It usually does.
Bullshit. I know people that spent their whole life training to be a rapper or training to be in the NBA and they didn't make it. Hard work don't always pay off. You may
Okay,
not
so
succeed.
Okay, but maybe it won't pay off. But I have respect for him because of all the hard work he puts in. Whether
Okay.
you like it or not, doesn't matter. He's still a hardworking man. And when a hardworking man dozes off in a boring ass meeting, I'm not gonna fucking give him grief. When a man that's asleep 17 hours a day, I give him grief because he's asleep most of the day. He's up at 12 and in bed by 7. That's why we gave Biden grief.
Okay. Well,
You
and I'm giving Trump grief for the simple fact of if he was a hard worker, and even if he wasn't accomplishing everything, but he was showing that he was trying and there was no goofing off, I would give him credit. But when you're goofing off as much as Trump does, and your accomplishments are still as mild as his are, because he hasn't accomplished a whole lot, which is why you're saying in the future his hard work will pay off. Then until your hard work pays off, quit goofing off so damn much. You haven't successfully done anything yet you're constantly goofing off. So no, I'm not going to give you credit for falling asleep on television when your goof off ratio is as high as his is, and your production ratio is as low as his is. To the point where you're like, well, it'll pay off in the future. It hasn't paid off yet. So stop goofing
He does
off.
produce a lot. You just don't like what he produces. He produces a lot for a lot of people. You just don't like it yet.
Give me some examples. Other than the border.
All the investments in AI, all the new power that we're getting, it's just getting used up by AI. The tariffs, the fucking border, the peace talks, even though they haven't been productive, he's fucking trying to talk peace every day. I don't know, man.
Here's the
I don't
problem.
have this in front of me, but
Because it doesn't exist. Here's the problem. The border isn't.
this is
No.
a new question.
The
If you ask the same
I
question
asked
every
you
time,
to
we're
give
not
me
using
some.
it.
I asked you to give me his accomplishments, and I said other than the border, because you and I agree he's accomplished on the border. Other than the border, everything else you named is stuff that you foresee success in the future. None of that stuff is an official accomplishment yet. All of the
No,
talks,
don't
the
look at
tariffs.
gas pricing low,
Give me
but
some
even
stuff.
now-
Give me his accomplishments so far. He's been in office almost half his term. Other than the border, where are the accomplishments?
He increased our energy production, including now he's doing more coal stuff. And oil was fucking cheap as fuck until this war. I mean, the man is working all the time. He also brought down drug prices.
There we go. There we go. That's a little
All the
something.
fucking drugs he fucking reduced the price of. I mean, the man has meetings all the time, and if you pay attention to them, he's doing a lot. But you're not paying attention to the meetings. You're paying attention to the bad highlights.
No.
You're paying attention to when he dozes off for 1 minute, not the fucking other 90 minutes where there's a meeting where good shit's happening.
I gotta move on because of time, obviously, but I'm gonna tell you this. Nobody's gonna pay attention to the meetings. People only pay attention to what you bring home to Americans. I don't care if you meet with Putin for 90 straight days and nothing come out of it. We don't give you credit for the 90 straight days. I want to hear the accomplishments, not the work. That's how well, he's doing a lot, but what's coming out? Well, you sound kind of hazy when we start talking about the accomplishments, and that's what you're just giving him credit for working. That ain't
Okay,
saying
so
nothing.
hard work pays off. And
And
his hard
when
work
it
is
does-
going to pay off, and you're gonna fucking eat crow. That's all I'm saying.
And I'll be glad to eat
He's
this.
still-
I'll be glad to eat the crow when it happens. But right now, that's the problem. Is you're telling me I got to do it in the future. Once again, I got to go. Margaret.
Everything works. Most of what we talk about is what could happen in the future. A lot of the shit you guys say is gonna happen in the future.
That ain't what he promised. I got to go. He promised to lower gas prices. He promised to bring down grocery prices on day one in the Russian-Ukraine war in 24 hours. Flow State, appreciate the support there. Who just sent that? Thank you there, Luster, I think this says, Uster. Thank you very much. User, it says. Can't see shit, but thank you for the support there on YouTube. I got a poll going on, by the way. Was Biden better on border security than Trump? Me personally, I don't believe he was, but I hear folks saying the numbers and all of this other stuff. And I'll give you my explanation real quick. Tap the screen, get us up to 30,000. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. But in regards to the poll, was Biden better on border security than President Trump? 47% of you are saying yes, Biden was better. I'm amazed. No, 53%. Now there's only been, a few dozen of you voted. I think 36. Whoa, Terry Armstrong. Appreciate that. Finally, you're showing me the capabilities of my graphics card. That was beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Armstrong, for that support. And certainly, folks, help your boy out with the TikTok cap. There you go, Kel Bruin, had mustache. Appreciate it. I disagree that I don't believe that Biden was anywhere near as good on the border as Trump. And I'll tell you why. First of all, in addition to Trump coming up with every possible way to deport people and block people from coming in the country, he's also made the incentive to come here virtually nil. I mean, there's not a lot of incentive. If you're a brown or a black person, I'm assuming the word has gotten out to many brown and black nations, which represents the large majority of people trying to get here. The word has gotten out that they don't like you currently in America. That's my guess. You can tell me if you think I'm wrong. I'm fine with that. We don't mind being criticized. But the word has gotten out that the current administration is not very favorable to brown and black people. So not only has Trump been better at securing the border from an angle of policies or executive orders, because it ain't policy, it's executive order, but also the hate. The hate is a deterrent. I mean, the way we're treating brown and black immigrants in this country is a deterrent. I mean, people are getting deported to nations they have no affiliation with, like Africa and shit like that. So, yeah, I mean, doesn't matter what Biden does on the border or what Trump does with the border. If you're treating people that hateful, you're going to get a lot less people trying to get in the country. So, I absolutely believe that the border is a lot more secure under President Trump than it is under Biden, because you're just going to have a lot of people that's like, fuck it, I don't even want to be there. They hate us. They don't like us. You see what's happening in U.S. cities all over the country. They're deporting grandmas and shit, making up reasons. What happened to kill Mara Abrego Garcia is insane. So, yeah, I absolutely believe that Trump is doing a better job on the border. I don't know. Did my damn Wi-Fi go down? Let me see. I may have to reset something. Tap the screen, by the way. Get the likes on up, if you will. In the comments of debate, it's the damn numbers, says George Gangster. Well, I think there's a whole lot of people that would have came here if Biden was still president that have decided not to under Trump, that are not factored in those numbers. The deterrent numbers are not coming in under Trump. I believe there's a whole lot of people being deterred not to come here under Trump because the level of hate is so strong. Let me go back to the box. My cousin Chewy tried to enter the country earlier this year. He got a slap and a cell for it. Don't know what that is. Do not know what you mean by that. Tap the screen. We'll take the next call at 25,000. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. Gotta promote you guys and tap the screen, help out with the algorithm and the likes. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. In the comments, make sure I didn't miss anything here. He was here legally, Mr. Handsome. Don't be a fool, bro. He was here illegally. Now, look, I'm not saying that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was not here illegally. I get that. But what they did to him, look, if I go out and, let's say I go out and cut a catalytic converter off somebody's car. It's a felony. It's a crime. Does that mean you get to shoot me and say I was trying to murder somebody? Just make up shit? The stuff they said on Kilmar Abrego Garcia was just lies. They tried to say he was a drug smuggler. He was a people smuggler. They don't have any evidence of any of that shit. They don't have any evidence of any of that stuff. So look, just stick with he's here illegally. They tried to suggest he was beating up his wife, okay, or his woman or whatever. His woman filed a domestic violence claim against him, and she dropped the charges. Okay, well then there's no claim. They're going to go around her and say, no, he actually did it, and we say he's a woman beater. I mean, just going and throwing all kinds of charges on the guy without any due process or anything, just accusing him of doing all kinds of heinous, wild shit with no criminal charges or anything on him. Just stick with the he's here illegally. Quit making up shit. When you make up shit, when you try to say things that are not accurate, you lose credibility. And in my opinion, the Trump administration lost credibility. I'll tell you another thing in addition to making up stuff on him. When we started treating Kilmar Abrego Garcia like shit, the nation of Costa Rica stepped up and said, we will give him a home if you deport him here. He's El Salvadorian, but a judge in America ruled you can't send him back to El Salvador because of he was in danger in that country. Now, the Trump administration originally said, fuck that, and they sent them to CCOT anyway. And fortunately, he had legal counsel and they were illegal. He had lawyers and shit. They fought to get him out of CCOT because we had ruled he can't be sent back to that country. Trump was like, I don't give a fuck who's after you. We're going to send you right back to that country anyway. So he was there for a while. They sent him back. Costa Rica offered him a place to stay. Costa Rica has offered to take him in. The Trump administration stated, if he won't plead guilty to these bogus ass charges we're making up, we're not going to deport him to Costa Rica. We're sending him to the Congo. But if he'll plead guilty, we'll let him go to Costa Rica. What kind of shit is that? That ain't about protecting the border. That ain't about getting out illegal immigrants. That's just fucking with the dude. You want him because you don't made up all these lies about him, these felonies that he didn't do, when you could have just said he's here illegally, we deport illegal immigrants. Just stick with the truth. But because you don't made up all this other wild shit and he won't cop to it, you're going to punish him by sending him to the Congo when Costa Rica's on record saying we'll take him in. And that's still going on as we speak. That is actually still going on right now, where Costa Rica's offering him a home and the Trump administration wants to send him to the Congo because he fought back against the administration. If it was only about deporting illegals, then why isn't he in Costa Rica? Why are you holding this man and punishing him like that when your goal is just to get illegal immigrants out of the country? Okay, he has a home. Send him there. Quit going into the punishment shit. So to me, what they're doing to that guy is wrong. Him being here illegally don't justify all that other bullshit, which is why I used the catalytic converter example when then the guy wants to shoot you for it. No, just making up shit on this dude. Anyway, tap the screen. We'll go back to the box. And hopefully sometime in the future, Kilmar Abrego Garcia gets some sort of, in my opinion, he should get paid some money for that. He should get, because you could have deported this dude, just making his life and his family's life miserable because you want him to cop to just a made up lie you put out on the guy. To me, he should actually be given a settlement of some sort for that, because it's wrong. Jeremy, if we can give the J6ers a settlement for them for what happened to him is damn near just as bad, if not worse, than what happened to any of the J6ers that were wrongfully charged. That's pretty bad. Jeremy, am I getting that wrong in your opinion? Do you think what they're doing to him is right?
I haven't followed along, so I can't. So I'm not gonna let you do what you do, which is when I say I don't.
It's easy to look up. It's easy to look up.
No, Tim. We're not gonna play this game where you try to catch me off guard when I'm.
What if let's do a what if game. You're not gonna cop to what I'm saying. Let's just, for fictional purposes, if what I'm saying is true, do you think that's wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. Okay, I'll go with that. Do you think he should receive a settlement if what I'm saying is true?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Take your time and look it up. I can assure you it is. Costa Rica has offered that guy a home. I can assure you that. I want my 10 acres in the mule, says gangster conservative. That ain't going to happen. So I want to play a game of word association with you before we get into the others. Anything else you want to discuss?
Mm-hmm.
Which party is pro Second Amendment? What party comes to mind when you hear party is pro Second Amendment?
Republican Party.
Pro free speech?
Republican Party.
Why do you say that?
Because the Democrats are in charge of most of the institutions that censor people.
What do you mean when you say what institutions are censoring people that the Democrats are in charge of?
Like Google, YouTube, most social media in general.
All of them folks are on Trump's side. Zuckerberg, the guy who Google, all of them folks are on Trump's side. What are you talking about?
No, not Google, not YouTube.
Yeah, Google. Google is on Trump's side. The head of Google is on. Trump is controlling all these data centers and shit like that. The liberals have no power. Why would they be riding with the liberals at this point?
Again. Well, because many of them are liberals, and again, YouTube is definitely not on Trump's side. Neither is Google.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain you're wrong about that. But in addition to Google, Zuckerberg is on Trump's side. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and so is Musk.
Okay, those are huge entities. So
Yeah, but not Jack Dorsey, who created Twitter, which Musk bought, and he also created Blue Sky.
yeah, but I'm trying to figure out when you say that the liberals are in control of most entities, there's some pretty big ass entities that are on the right. So I don't get where you're getting the liberals are in control so much.
You got one, Twitter.
Do you think Trump is pro free speech?
No,
Why you say that?
because he's always been a rhino.
Whoa, why do you say that?
I say that because I realize that he was good at tricking me into believing his bullshit.
Damn, you just disappointed half of my audience. I forgot about who I'm talking to. All right, so you do believe the right is more in favor of free speech, just not under Trump.
Yeah.
All right, I won't push back. I can see more validity somewhat to that because I think the left were more apt to be involved in cancel culture because they're protecting all of these different groups. But under Trump, yeah, it's changed dramatically. So I'll come around and meet you halfway. Pro-Israel, which side?
Definitely the Republicans.
Ooh, why not the Democrats? Genocide Joe has got to go.
Yeah, stuff like that. Not only that, but like they've all really both sides have always been kind of pro-Israel because Israel is an ally in the Middle East. They're not a good ally, but they are an ally. But the Democrats much less so than the Republicans because they've kind of always known that that Israel's not really to be trusted. And they also, and again, like some of their more radical people in their party are so pro-Islam that they have to be anti-Jew by default.
Well, I can't totally disagree with that either because fact is the Democrat Party has it's a very diverse party. So you're going to have people of all types, whereas the Republican Party, in my opinion, you guys are not very favorable to Muslims at all. You guys are claiming that Sharia law is going to take over the nation, and your side of the aisle is not very pro-Muslim.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing.
Why do you think being anti-Muslim is a good thing?
Yeah, well, being anti-Islam, not anti-Muslim. I don't care. I'm fine with Muslims. I don't like Islam.
Why not? What's wrong with Islam?
Have you ever read the Hadith, or the Quran?
Does it talk about you can own slaves and beat them and all of this shit like the Bible does?
The Bible, that's not canon in the Bible.
What?
It's not canon.
What the hell you mean by that?
Canonically, canon means that something is considered a part of the main story.
It's part of the Bible. Is that not true?
Have you ever heard of the letter to what was his name? Philemon, something like that. Sorry, there's basically a letter from that person from one person to another in the Bible that was specifically telling about how if like a slave returned back to his master, that he's not allowed to re-enslave him, but bring him back as a friend.
I'm just going to tell you this. I'm going to be against any book that even favors slavery at all. Just the fact that it's okay in the book, to me, is a problem by itself. If the book is saying it's okay to own and control other human beings, I got a problem with the book. In any capacity. If it's okay to do that in any capacity, I got a problem with the book.
That's understandable, but the Bible doesn't say it doesn't justify slavery, though.
Does it justify beating them, as long as you don't kill them?
No.
I'm pretty sure, maybe I'm missing that, but I'm pretty sure I did read that it is okay to beat a slave as long as you don't kill him. I mean, am I the only one that saw that? Somebody in the comments let me know, but I believe that's in there.
Yeah. So I'm not a theologian, but a good resource on this would be Catholic Answers or Trent Horn. they do a good job of debunking a lot of these myths.
Okay, so let's get back and real quick in the comments. Takesha says I don't know how to interpret the Bible. Let me ask somebody who does. Alexa, does the Bible support slavery?
Well, the Bible definitely mentions slavery throughout both testaments, but it's pretty complex. Historically, both pro-slavery and abolitionist groups use biblical passages to support their views. The text describes slavery practices of ancient times, but many scholars argue these were different from modern racialized slavery. Early Christians like Gregory of Nyssa actually laid groundwork for abolition, while others use passages like Genesis 9 to justify enslaving certain groups.
Alexa, stop. So in other words, I ain't the only. Takesha says you interpret the Bible wrong. Apparently, a whole lot of people do. Alexa, stop. But apparently, so I'm not that far off base when I say it's in there, because apparently I'm not the only one that thinks that way.
Well, just because something is mentioned doesn't mean that it's like supported. So like you could read a book all about how evil slavery is, but it does mention slavery. So just because something is mentioned doesn't mean it's supported.
Does it say it's a sin? Does it say it's a sin? Does it say anything about it being wrong?
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying you don't like Islam. What is it? Because I don't know. I've never seen where it says slavery is wrong in the Bible, but you're saying it's in there. But I'm asking you. So what is so bad about Islam that's making it say that it's okay to be anti-Islam?
Islam actually does promote not only slavery but also child marriage, and one-way polygamy, which is where like the man is allowed to have multiple wives, but the wives are not allowed to have multiple husbands.
Okay, child marriage was very common in this country under Christians as well. My guess is that might be in the Bible, in the Bible too. I don't know for certain, but my guess is if I ask my device, they may say even that may be in the Bible, in our Bible as well, though.
Well, one thing that you'll notice about a lot of the states that say that, like, because of biblical reasons, children can marry. A lot of times, they can only marry somebody of their own, of the same age, and that was usually used specifically when, like, let's say there was an underage pregnancy that wasn't supposed to happen in the first place. But Islam allows for fully grown adults to betroth off their children to fully grown adults.
So now I take it you've read the Quran, the entire Quran?
Not the entire Quran, but many hadiths that are found in the Quran.
Okay, because the reason I'm saying this is a lot of the issues you have with Islam was being done in this country. I mean, you're talking about a full-grown man with a kid. I mean, throughout the era of slavery, full-grown men were impregnating young girls like crazy in this country, and they were going to church on Sunday as well.
Yes, but there's a difference between a follower or misusing their religion and what the religion actually promotes.
I don't. To me, if we're going by what you,
that's why I don't have a problem with. That's why I don't have a problem with Muslims. A lot of Muslims are very nice people, but the thing is, the text of Islam is what I have a problem with. The actual beliefs.
I don't know, because like I said, if that's the case, then in this country, Christianity. I see the comment. Somebody says, "Ask Dark Vader about teen marriage." Oh my God! But in this country, then what do we have? A whole bunch of Christians just. And they weren't Christians, they were claiming to be. They just decided they were going to do their own thing because a lot of stuff you're complaining about has been done throughout the history of this country.
Yeah, well, a lot of times that's what happens. In fact, the Bible actually warns about this on numerous occasions where people don't want to follow the law of God that is stated. So they say one thing out in public, in private they do other things. In fact, a good example of this is part of the reason why the Catholic Church condemned Henry VIII, because of the fact that he left the church, the Catholic Church, because after he didn't want to be with his wife anymore and he wanted to divorce her and leave her, the Catholic Church said, well, no, marriage is for life. You can be separated from somebody, but you can never remarry, or you can get it annulled, which means like they don't consider it to have been valid to begin with. Which is something you can only do if like oh, you were a child when you got married, so you couldn't possibly consent. He chose to break away from the church and create the Church of England, and that caused a huge ruckus. And guess what? The guy divorced three different times from 3 different women. Basically,
I gotta say this as somebody who is not very knowledgeable in the Bible. I can only push back so much, and I seen the comment Smokey, who is very knowledgeable in the Constitution. I don't know, perhaps the Bible as well. Smokey says he doesn't even know the Bible and is looping words together, thinking it's smart. So you have a descendant in the comment section there. But go ahead. You about to say something?
Yeah, I was just about to say, well, if he disagrees, he can always come up. He can always tell me what he disagrees with. But again,
that guy runs circles around you. You don't say his name 3 times. He'll run circles around you, Jeremy. That is a very, very intelligent guy. Pro police, which party?
Definitely the Republicans.
You got to explain that because you know where I'm about to go.
Yeah, it depends. It's more like a historical alignment with law and order. Like a lot of Democrats have been very much against like police abuse, and have talked about it for a long time. Well, the Republicans believe that historically police haven't abused them. But again, it's selective. It's something that unfortunately we see it happen with whoever's in power. So if the Democrats are in power, the police are bad. If the Republicans are in power, the police are good in the eyes of Republicans.
So then I'm not hearing basically that either one is any more pro-police than the other than it just depends on who's in the White House.
Yeah, well, that's pretty true, actually. Yeah, but at least the conservatives I think you will agree to this. Democrats are much, because of their liberal beliefs, they oftentimes are much more about people being allowed to do what they want and not really having a lot of structure in their life, just being pretty free to do what they want. Well, Republicans are much more about structure and order in general and their overall philosophy.
I partially agree. I agree that the Republicans are about structure and order more than the Democrats, and that the Democrats are about freedom. But the structure and order that the Republicans are for is for predominantly straight white Christian males. Them the folks that they want to tell everybody else what to do. Now, a straight white Christian male can do whatever the hell they want. They can be interracial, they can be whatever they want. They're fine. They want everybody else. They kind of want to control the other groups and tell them what to do. That's the way the country's been founded like that. So I kind of agree with the more you're free to do whatever on the left, and we want structure on the right, because a lot of the stuff you guys on the right are talking about is religious based, and it's all you got to do, what's according to the Bible and all of this stuff. So yeah, you're going to have a stronger demand for structure because you believe God is what's telling everybody to act like this.
Yeah, and there's a lot of religion overlap with the Republicans. Want to do one more? Want to do another word association?
I got one more for you.
All right.
Pro-civil rights.
Well, at least they claim this. I would say the Democrats.
You say they claim it. What is the Republicans claiming when it comes to civil rights?
Lincoln.
You got to go back 200 plus years to make it make sense.
Well, not only that, but there was also a lot of racist mayors and governors in the South that were primarily Democrats.
Yeah, but can you come at least to the age of the television set? I mean, you back on horse and carriage times. Can you come up to modern times?
Well, here's the thing. Let's really unpack that. So, what civil rights do you think, other than gay marriage, do you think the Republicans have been against?
Oh shit! You guys hate the transgender community. When you talk about even with African Americans, I mean, you guys are holding a moment of silence for George Floyd. Whereas we believe his civil rights are violated, sitting on the guy for 9 minutes. In fact, most of the African Americans and minorities that are wrongfully treated, could be killed, could be incarcerated, whatever. You guys are on the opposite side of most of that stuff. most of the time you roll with the police. I support the police no matter what. You guys are so. A lot of those cases are the police or the system violating the civil rights of the victim, and you guys are on the side of the system.
Well, I would disagree, and I would say that most of the things that, like for instance, George Floyd himself, I don't want George Floyd to die. I don't think that that's what should have happened as a result. But I think that white people should have the same thing happen to them too, if in those situations, because if someone is like really, really physically big, and you need to restrain them, at some point means all means are on the table when it comes to stopping someone who is dangerous.
Yeah, but you can see that
ambulance, which they did call that ambulance right away, Tim. Get to there and can do their job.
I don't believe that. I don't believe it took 9 minutes for that ambulance to get there. I'll tell you this though, you can see George Floyd being big and strong and being a danger, and you see. But when we look at what happened on January 6th, where they outnumbered cops probably 100-1, all of a sudden this big and strong argument disappeared. You say you want white people done the same way. Yet when you had an overwhelming force of strong people on January 6th, they called them all patriots and pardoned them all.
Yeah, but I don't support most of the January 6ers. Now, there were some who really didn't do a whole lot. They didn't really do anything particularly bad.
They backed up the mob, Jeremy. They still were backing up the mob.
No. There was some that were just journalists who were there videotaping the thing and giving commentary as it was happening, who got arrested and were part of the January 6th group. Who didn't deserve to have what happened to them happen to them. Some of them like literally just followed around the actual dangers.
I mean, that happens though. Just like when they say BLM is burning down cities and shit like that, there's a whole lot of people that are being wrongfully accused of being arsonists that had nothing to do with it. I mean, in fact, most BLM...
Yeah, but that's not a good thing.
No, it's not a good thing. But what I'm saying is it happens on both sides. I mean, BLM is accused of burning down cities, even though the average BLM meeting doesn't have a single fire involved in it. And that's what they accuse them of. So I don't know why all of a sudden when some J6ers got mistreated, it suddenly became a big story by the same people who said that all BLM is burning down cities.
Well, one of the biggest reasons why it's such a big story, Tim, is because, for some of those people, they should still be in jail. But for others, they were not just like put in jail for a little bit and then they're like, okay, get out. Like, for a good amount of them, some of them were like so innocent, and yet they were put in there for like 2 years.
Well, you lose me when you pardon them all. You lose me and you also lose me when Trump goes on television and talks about how filthy and how unsanitary federal prisons are, so he had to let them out. When you say shit like that, you lose me. That makes now you're sounding like you're soft on crime. That's something you would expect a liberal to say, is that the prisons are mistreating people and that the quality of life inside prison. Trump is okay with prisons being as harsh as possible, considering them sending people to CCOT in the Congo. But then when it becomes people that are doing work for him, suddenly his whole mindset changes. So to me, that's where you lose me, is when you come across as a hypocrite like that. Mike sent in your request. I did see a Galaxy come from Mike, but you lose me in regards to credibility when you're willing to do the same shit to your adversaries, but when it's your friends, all of a sudden you can't tolerate it.
Right, exactly, and that's why I don't support the blanket pardoning of the J6ers. I think it should have been on a case-by-case basis, see who really was guilty of what and who wasn't. That would have made more sense.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And Mike, I saw you had a person.
Yeah, bring him up.
His name is moving all around. There we go. All right, we'll try it there.
Here we go.
All right, Mike, what is he getting wrong?
What's up, Tim?
Hey, good evening.
Hey, Jeremy, can you tell me one of those people that you said was sentenced outside of the sentencing guideline for the said crime that they did?
I don't have it off the top of my head.
He's going to be a little harder than me, Jeremy. He's going to be a little tougher. I want you to know.
I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear that you're stating that someone was sentenced outside the guidelines for the crime that they committed, outside the sentencing guidelines.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if that's your opinion or if you've looked at it, but there was no one out of the 1,600 people he pardoned, none of them had a sentence outside of the guideline, the sentencing guideline for the crime that they convicted of. None of them.
That's exactly what he's telling people. That's what Trump was telling people.
Right.
Hold on. Now I want you to tackle this, Mike, because Gen X is in the comments. He says Enrique Torres, the guy they're saying is a leader of the Proud Boys. Now, Proud Boys dispute that, but Enrique Torres, Gen X is saying he wasn't even in fucking Washington, D.C. Now, you know he got what? Him and the Oath Keeper guy got 18 and 22 years or whatever. He's saying the guy wasn't even there.
Well, here's the thing, and listen, Gen X should know this. He served some time. You don't have to, for what he was sentenced of, what he was accused and found guilty of and sentenced to, he did not have to be there to be sentenced that way. That's like a racketeering case. You don't have to be or a unaliving for hire.
Kind of like Charles Manson, where he spent the rest of his life in prison and he wasn't present at a lot of the crimes.
Correct. It's not required. It wasn't required.
And you
not only
mastermind it? Like, I think that's what you're saying, right? You mastermind it?
Yes. And here's what's interesting. If you look at all the people that were sentenced, and I don't have the exact number, especially right in front of me, the majority of them did not appeal. Did you know that?
Well,
The majority of them
doesn't really mean a whole lot to me because oftentimes the process is the punishments, and we got to remember a lot of times these people who are going to jail for anything. This is a problem I have with the criminal justice system as a whole, is that they get public defenders who don't do a particularly good job of defending their clients because they're overworked and underpaid.
Yeah, but that would be your side would be the first side to push back on us talking about, well, we need to make sure the suspects get better counsel. Your side would be, the liberals would be agreeing with you, Jeremy, but the right would be like, hell no, we're not gonna buy lawyers for criminals.
Well, I'm honestly okay with being a little politically homeless. Because I think principles should honestly should stand above party line.
Politically homeless.
And again, and I've seen you, and I have to say, you and I have gone back and forth, but I've seen you stand on principles multiple times, so I can't take that away from you. But what I'm saying is that these people that he pardoned, they were all in prison in the sentencing guideline based on said
crime.
based on said charges, right? That they were found guilty of. And the problem is, like I said, when you go back, none of them were appealing their sentencing. Matter of fact, some the funny thing is, some people that were pardoned had already been convicted and served their time. They're out. Right? Yeah. They're out. And then there was a couple. We know a couple said, I didn't want to pardon because I did what I did. Even that one old lady said, I actually did that shit. So I don't want the pardon. It's just interesting how we kind of wrap ourselves around the law. Tim, I was on the debate for you, Jeremy. We've been talking about this today. I'm listening to people develop their ideas and thoughts around the Carmelo Anthony case, and it always goes back to racial biases, that whether they want to admit it or not. And that's what's happening here with this J6 pardons. The bottom line is the system didn't work out for them the way they expected to work for minorities. Because a lot of people didn't expect to get sentenced. Like, what the fuck happened? It worked. Wait a minute. I'm going to prison? Yes. Because what you did broke the law. Think about what we're talking about. Donald Trump is talking about paying felons. As if somehow the system did them wrong. But if you look at the cases, they were convicted and found guilty.
I mean, you raise a few good points. Not only is he talking about paying felons because they were mistreated, he talked about the quality of federal prisons. He had to let them out because it's not sanitary in there. That shit happens to people all the time. He said they were over sentenced. You realize how many people are in prison with 3 strike laws, and the last crime was, stealing a bag of chips or stealing the TV. So now they got a 3rd strike and they're in there for life. People getting over sentenced in the prison system is as old as the prison system itself. People living in less than sanitary conditions while incarcerated is as old as incarceration itself. So I kind of agree with you, Mike, that he seems to believe that there should be a special level of treatment for people that were supporting him, because everybody else in prison is living like that. And if you notice, once he got his people out, he ain't saying nothing about how unsanitary prisons are anymore. And he didn't do anything to improve the conditions of people that's in there. So he got his people out. The rest of them can stay in that unsanitary shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad. And Jeremy, I don't want to say, I actually came, I didn't want to take it all the time. I came to ask you that question or challenge that train of thought with those people. The bottom line is we, as Americans, should see the institution that we pay into and that we're supposed to live by be applied equitably, right? And when we see something like J6 happen, I don't give a fuck who the people were. That's some crazy shit. And if they all end up in prison, they fucking all end up in prison. That shit is crazy, right? I mean, I could have been watching TV and seen my son go through the window. And I'm like, they damn your ass. You tripping. I don't know. Well, if they snatch your ass the fuck up, they snatch you the fuck up. But when we start parsing it by ideology or by race, that's the problem. And then when we stand by it, when we know it's wrong, anybody saying, well, they were done unjust, I guarantee you they haven't read the cases. I guarantee you they haven't read the sentencing guidelines. That tells you what they're aligned to. They're not aligned to justice. They're aligned to their ideology, and that's the problem. Justice is supposed to be blind. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying it's just Republicans either. But what I will say this administration is taking it to a whole another fucking level. He just pardoned somebody else the other day. He just pardoned. Did you see that, Jeremy?
I did not. But
I didn't either. Who did he pardon?
He just pardoned a guy that was convicted for exchange fraud, just like 2 fucking days ago. Another one. He was convicted. Got 22 months.
Yeah, a lot of goodwill that the right had after years of calling out crazy leftists has kind of been eroded by this administration.
And they had their opportunity. Jeremy, you will agree with me when I say this, and I'm going to drop back down. This is the sad part about all of this. Donald Trump had a chance to really literally become a king had he just not cared about it being about him so much. There was a lot of things, if he just would have shut up and got out of the way, they would have fell into his lap. He would have been able to take credit for like he likes to do anyway. And he had to just come in and just fuck it all up for no reason.
I think there's a reason, but I won't say for no reason.
His ego, for sure. I do want to ask Mike this question just before we go. So, Mike, this is just kind of like just to get kind of a sense of your sensibilities and your ideas. So you know that guy who stabbed Irina Zarutska on the subway?
Uh-huh.
So I've been seeing a lot of people say things like, well, he's clearly not mentally capable of standing trial. My question would be, do you think he should go to an asylum and be forced to stay there?
Yes, I think he's a danger. I think he's a danger to society. I think that and it's based on his mental, based on his schizophrenia. But again, and I don't have a problem saying that because this country has not developed. First of all, we don't even address mental health the way we should. Ronald Reagan started dismantling it back in California back in the 80s. He decimated the state of California with all of that. He got rid of all the medical institutions, all of that. We don't address it enough. That man, the reason he kept getting out of trial, Jeremy, because they kept saying when he went to some of them, not all of them, some of them, he wasn't fit to stand. But what are they doing with him? Right? We should be angry. That young lady should still be here, and he should have been getting mental health help a long time ago.
Yeah.
And so, what? Go ahead.
The main reason why I want to ask you that is because I think there is a certain. I think you'll agree with this. There are some people who would blindly just say that anybody who says that crimes like that are not a big deal should just be let out to not not held accountable, and that's not something I think you believe. But at the same time, I'm more than okay saying that maybe prison isn't the right place for somebody. I just want to make sure that people who can't function in society aren't able to harm other people, and that could look like saying, hey, you got to go to this place for the rest of your life. You're not going to go to jail, but you can't be in public.
You're not going to get no argument out of me because I thought the safety of the public was first priority. So even if they say we got to keep him until we find out where he needs to go, but where he doesn't need to be is on the street. And that goes for anybody that has mental health issues that have not been taking care of it properly. I have an employee that is a diagnosed schizophrenic, and when she stops taking her meds, you can see it. And there's things the next day or a couple days after she takes her med, she don't remember half the shit that she was saying. Like, she don't remember none of that shit.
So in other words, we gotta be more diligent on treating the mentally ill. That's what the problem is. I mean, but the right is against all of that kind of stuff. The only thing the right is favorable to is building more centers to incarcerate. They'll support building prisons, but mental health facilities, they're not a fan of doing that. They'll just say some homeless person or drug addict is using that for free housing.
Real quick, and I'm going to drop down to your point, Tim. In California, when Ronald Reagan got rid of all of the mental health, or the majority of it, because everything else was privatized, you know what they did right after that?
What?
Privatized prisons.
Yep.
Right behind it.
Republicans have never heard an idea to build a prison that they didn't like. They're 100% okay with building infinite prisons, but that's about it. I got to move it on, folks. Thank you for coming through.
Have a good one, Tim.
You too. All right, moving on. Tap the screen. We'll go on to the next caller. And I don't get it because you're taking care of the person regardless. I would rather give the person a little bit of EBT or, some Section 8 or some cheap housing than put them in a facility where you got a house, clothes, and feed them anyway. And now there is no chance of them being a productive member of society. They might actually become a productive member of society when they're on welfare or something like that. Lots of people have gotten off of welfare and became a productive member of society. But when you're warehousing them in that environment, in many cases they become a citizen that is even worse than what they were when they went in. I don't understand. But real quick, I wanted to tackle a couple comments. Handsome Conservative says, what did he say? He told me that I like attacking Christianity. I saw that earlier. I don't know what he means by that. But he also says, that's right, what did he say? Democrats don't believe in free speech. I don't know where you're getting that one from. I believe that both sides are okay with free speech until you say some shit they don't like, and then they certainly want to censor it. Thank you, Blue One Banks, for the TikTok caps. Appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Islam promotes taking over other countries and forcing Islam on people, says Handsome Conservative. I suppose you don't realize that Christianity has a long history of doing exactly that. Taking over other countries and forcing Christianity on the people. Yeah, I can't believe you would say that Islam promotes taking over other countries and forcing Islam on the people. Christianity is probably more worldwide, globally, due to colonization and conquering than Islam is. I can't believe you would say that. The amount of colonization and conquering and forcing religion on people from Christianity is significantly greater than Islam. I think it's just, we support Christianity. We don't like Islam. So when our side does it, we don't think it's that bad. I think there's a whole lot of that going on right now. Like with Iran taking over the Strait of Hormuz, and you got Trump and the right talking about it's an international waterway, and Iran has no business stopping international traffic in an international waterway. Yet when Trump was stopping ships in traffic in Venezuela or in that region of the world, oil going from Venezuela to Cuba, just stopping traffic, doing the same shit that Iran is doing, threatening folks with military vessels and all of that, the same stuff that Iran is doing, the right was okay with it. But now that Iran is doing it in their neck of the woods, it's suddenly wrong. I can't look. If you think interfering with traffic in an international waterway is wrong, then it's wrong when we do it too. Because Trump was absolutely doing that with the drug boats, blowing up drug boats, talking about this shit. You can't just go in international waters and say, well, this ship is that. It's just destroying people, no due process, just murdering people. But then you want to go to the Strait of Hormuz and say all of a sudden now what Iran is doing is wrong. You name a cult, also known as a nation, you see a history of entitlement, wars, enslavement, turning a blind eye to corruption, and yet you want to blame those who are trying to find the immortal and find the immortal God Almighty. Yeah, mortal man is wrong. No, that's mortal in your opinion. In your opinion, God Almighty is mortal. In their opinion, maybe it's Allah. Maybe it's Jehovah to somebody else. Maybe it's Buddha. You're putting your religion over everybody else's. That's the difference. When you say it's, finding God Almighty is great, but you don't feel the same way about Allah, then yeah, you're making it sound like your religion is right and theirs is not. You're putting your religion over people's. Holy crap, Tim, you were stepping in big pile of shit with that, but I didn't see that. That is simply not true. Islam has taken over many countries more than Christianity. You really believe that? You really believe Islam is taking over more countries than Christianity? There's no way in hell that can be true. I mean, just think about all the nations that had to fight against Hitler. They were Christians too, by the way. Just the Third Reich alone. Really? You believe Islam is taking over more countries than Christians, huh? Okay, that could be a poll question in itself. I think you're really wrong on that one. Let me continue on with the program. Tap the screen, get the likes on up, if you will. We'll go over to Dencal on Instagram. Good evening, Dencal, if you will, if it brings them up. How many I've witnessed know more about useless now? And okay, I can't. Some of you guys are typing some crazy stuff and I can't read it. Dencal, good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, do you agree with my guest who says that Islam has attacked and conquered more countries than Christianity?
No, I don't know where he would get something like that. He probably couldn't name 5 civilizations that. Yeah, I ain't listening to that.
I mean, when you really just think about how widespread Christianity is compared to Islam, should tell you. I mean, outside of the Middle East, how many other Muslim or Islam nations are there outside of the Middle East? I mean, Christianity is on just about every continent. So I don't get why he would say that.
America itself has been in over half the damn Islamic countries in the world.
Right.
America.
Yeah.
We've only been around for 250 years.
I mean, listen, he normally comes with a few points, but I don't know where he got that one from. Yeah, because Christianity has been brutal to the harmony of the planet. Just brutal.
Right.
Yeah. Word association. Let me ask you. Now, which party, when you hear this? Now, I asked this to the last call. I'll run it by you as well. Pro-civil rights. Which party is more in favor of being pro-civil rights, in your opinion?
Democrats.
Why you say that?
Just their history. They've been the ones involved in almost all civil rights legislation. I mean, it's pretty clear which one.
Well, they're going to bring up that Abraham Lincoln, as my last caller brought up. Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves.
Well, I can bring up what he wrote in his diary and say he didn't give a shit about freeing the slaves. He wanted to win the war.
Well, listen, and I understand that. He said if I could end the Civil War by freeing every slave, I would do it. If I could end it by freeing none, I would do it. But at the end of the day, he did it. Even if he didn't want to do it, he did it. But I don't know. I mean, I'm going to agree with you that there's been a host of other things that have happened since the end of slavery that have been more on the Democrat side. So I don't think there's an argument there, because you don't even hear it right talking about civil rights. So I just move it up. Pro-Israel.
I think the Republicans have edged their head recently. It had been both sides, but I think recently the Democrats have started questioning some of the things we're doing, whereas Republicans have been really adverse to saying anything. They start bringing up the Bible says, if you forsake them, then you shall be forsaken. So that means we got to support whatever. And, that was probably the first president since Kennedy who told Israel, hold on, pump your brakes. Pump your brakes.
Well, yeah, once Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz are on video talking about the Bible says you got to defend Israel. You're right. I can see where the Israelis have the Republicans have taken the lead in being pro-Israel.
The president got on TV and said he's 99% in Israel. He's going to go there and become the prime minister.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of.
How much deeper you can get than that? The president said he's going to go be in control of another country.
Well, he also said he was going to be in control of Canada too. He made Trudeau a governor. Remember that? So
Yeah, but he didn't say that they was going to vote for him.
no. Yeah, that's a good point. Let me ask you this. Now you're a veteran. Which party is more pro-military?
Pro-military. That's kind of a difficult question.
They ain't all gonna be easy.
Yeah, I say that because from an internal position, being in the military and asking people why they join the military, it generally had nothing to do with politics. Everybody had their rationale. Most of it was for economics.
But you want to make sure the budget is right for the military. You want to make sure you have enough equipment. You have enough manpower. The manpower you have is being properly rewarded and things like that. You're telling me there's no difference between either party? One party or another may not make sure the budget is proper. You get the proper equipment. You get the, they support maybe the next fighter jet or the next drone or the next Reaper. I mean, one side may allocate more money to budgets and things like that would help your survival.
No, I don't believe either one has the individual military members in mind when they create those. Trump just asked for 1.75, almost doubling the budget, but it's got nothing to do with the people. He's talking about purchasing. He's talking about giving contracts to his friend and creating a lot more wealthy people. It's got nothing to do with protecting us. We just saw him start a war, and he didn't protect none of the people that was over there on those bases across the world. So what difference does it make if he got the highest military budget in the world, if he's not using it to protect the people?
Yeah, but I guess you could always also counter that 13 people died under Biden during that botched evacuation that shouldn't have happened.
Right, and yeah. I can say 13 people died under him because he didn't protect the people.
Lucky number 13. All right, pro-USA. Which party loves America more?
Oh, love, boy. That's a difficult question.
They're going to be like that. They're going to be like that sometimes.
I don't believe that people, just because they run around wearing flags and say they love the country, means they actually love the country. I think that's just hyperbole, and it makes people feel better about themselves.
Okay, let's narrow it down. More patriotic. Which side is more patriotic? Where are my patriots at?
Once again, patriot. What is patriot? Do you know after 9/11, the government started paying the pro sports networks to do the national anthem and to encourage patriotism? Just because you stand up at a game and put your hand on the heart does not mean you love the country any more or less than me if I sit my ass down during the anthem. So that's, we can say as far as rhetoric, yeah, the right, they say they love the country and they're willing to ignore all of the flaws. The left, we call out the flaws, not because we hate the country, but because we think the country should be better than what it is.
Well, I mean, listen, if your mom is going to look out for you, whether you out in the street doing crimes or whether you're a scholar, she just loves you so much she going to look out for you no matter what. She don't see your flaws. Wouldn't it be considered that your mom is very pro you? She loves you no matter what. She going to look out. She going to stand by her baby no matter what. That's kind of how you're describing the rights version of America. No matter what, they going to ride with their nation.
I'm going to ride with my child too, but if my child is an axe murderer, I'm turning his ass in.
So you're saying if the United States does something that's wrong, maybe like double tap a Venezuelan boat or something like that. Something like that. Plus or minus a few boats on the high seas.
Yeah, just mistakenly blowing up a children's school and killing 170 kids and saying
they wasn't all gonna graduate. So I mean, listen.
Let's narrow it down. Maybe 120.
Yeah. Plus or minus a few Iranian girls. I mean, they'll enroll some more next year. So So in other words, you're saying you're willing to call out America when they do bad shit.
Yeah, like MAGA was up there talking about some. Oh, I'm not gonna say anything if he falls asleep on TV.
How do you respond to that? What do you think about him saying? He did say that. Listen, Trump holds a much longer schedule. He does a hell of a lot more work than Biden ever did. So listen, if the man gets sleepy occasionally, I understand because he was up all night. How do you respond to that?
What my parents used to tell me a long time ago. Look, ain't nothing open after 12 but legs and 7-Eleven. All of that motherfucking he up at night, that's not work. That's voluntary recreation to him. So you can't tell me when he gets into the meetings where he has to really discuss policy and show to the world what he's doing, he gets to take a fucking nod. And anybody who knows sleeping, I know sleeping because I used to do it in school. He's doing the exact same shit that I used to do in school. You know, when you nod off and you kind of wake up and you look around to see who's looking at you. That's exactly what he's doing. He's nodding off. He is not paying. I guarantee you, if somebody would have asked him, and one of them reporters asked him after somebody else got finished talking and said, what do you think about that, Mr. President? He would not know what the fuck they just said.
That is true. That is true. Well, I mean, but did you hear Marco Rubio when asked about that?
Yeah, lie. Just bald-faced lie. I ain't know. That's just like which was one of your viewers say. I ain't even never heard the man lie. We got recorded over 30,000 lies in the first administration. I can play you something he said from yesterday where he lied. I've never heard him lie before. Like, how can you really have a constructive, rational conversation with somebody who's not going to, you know what I'm saying, acknowledge reality? Like MAGA react, well, you know, he's not sleeping. But if he is sleeping, it's okay. No, it's not fucking okay.
Yeah, that was Straight Talk Commerce who said he's never heard Trump lie at all. Not once. So yeah. I mean, what causes somebody to say that? Because you're right, it's pretty obvious. I mean, just the Iran war alone is pretty obvious Trump has not been telling the truth. So what would lead somebody to suggest they've never heard Trump lie when they're actively engaged in political conversations?
Look, I'm not saying he in a cult, but he acting a little cultish. you remember with who was that? Chris Rock? Who was that who said, "Look, I'm not saying." Oh, he was talking about Bobby Brown. I'm not saying he's on crack, but he's acting a little crackish.
Well, I kind of wonder because you're obviously not the only person suggesting that there are some MAGA that have cult follower-like mentality. What I'm trying to find out, what made Trump the lucky guy? And like, what has Trump done that would turn, a few people, a few hundred, a few thousand, maybe even a few million folks into cult followers? Because Biden don't have any cult followers. Maybe Obama had a few, but what made Trump the lucky guy? What did he do to make folks latch on so much that they just won't let go?
He has practiced and mastered the art of deception. I mean, like, I don't view him as a very intelligent man, but I view him as somebody who has learned a skill. That's like a guy that's, can stand on the corner and do 3-car Molly. Like, we know he's cheating. But he constantly gets people to come up and think that they're going to be able to, but no, he's great at that. His repetition, how he just keeps saying things over and over until people, like he's wrote that stuff down in his book, The Art of the Deal. Like these tactics that he does, they work on people. They work on reconfiguring people's minds and making them think something. He told us to our face, he was like, listen, don't listen to none of the people, none of the news. Just listen to me. I'm going to tell you what's true.
And that works to this day, is that it doesn't matter who is telling you something that is negative about Trump. If Trump says it's wrong for MAGA, it is wrong. I've mentioned this on the program, maybe to you and many other folks. I always, when I'm talking to some of my MAGA folks, when we having this debate back and forth about whether or not a code exists, I'll say, let's just imagine for the sake of a fixed conversation that Trump did commit a major felony. And he is saying he's innocent, but let's say he really is guilty of it. And I asked him the same question. Who could tell you, if he is saying he didn't do it, who could tell you that he did and you would actually believe it? And yeah, the answer is nobody. Nobody.
And that's incredible that you know that an adult human being. And some of these people are intelligent people. Like I don't know, like Maggie. I don't know. Consider straight talk. I don't know their education level, but I mean they rational. They seem to be rational human beings. Could just get into a conversation, just like we just seen Rubio just stand there and say, I never seen him sleep. Like the dude showing the video and he like, I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like it's incredible that we are where we are.
But Rubio in the next 2 years might be your next president, Ben Cal. President Rubio.
Acceptable because heaven knows you harp on Kamala. She lied to us about Biden.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I have nothing but I can do nothing but concede that point because yeah, I hold Kamala Harris accountable for not being honest about things about Biden, such as his cognitive abilities. And I'm going to tell I think most of the Trump administration has not told us about all sorts of things. I mean, like I think it's a known. I think it's an open secret for folks all the way from the far left all the way to the far right that we went to war with Iran because of Netanyahu. I think everybody knows that now, that it had nothing to do with what our intelligence agencies were saying or anything. Netanyahu got Trump to get into a war, which shouldn't be, because we have our own intelligence agencies. If Tulsi Gabbard is on TV saying they're not developing a bomb, why the hell are you going with international people? So, yeah, I mean, all of that, I agree with you. I will end up likely holding them accountable, but I want to, since I mentioned Rubio will be the president in the next 2 years, stick with the 2-year thing. This is coming from a viewer on YouTube. I want you to tackle this. Coming from Marcus Allen. Shout out to wasn't he a Heisman Trophy winner?
Yeah. Friends with OJ. Go ahead.
Yeah. He says Trump is literally playing a game. You're not understanding what is going on. The politics are about 2 years behind what he's actually doing. Is Trump that far advanced?
Well, what I would say is, even if that was true, I don't want a president who's playing a game with the world. What I want is continuity from a president. I want somebody who can pick up after him and continue to march forward. I don't want everything in the world to be predicated on Donald Trump's relationships with these dictators and foreigners, because we're not gonna have any what we consider continuity of government, which people don't understand. Like, you're supposed to be setting America up to keep going, not setting America up to just succeed when you are part of it, but then going forward we're gonna be fucked. Like, I don't see that as a plus, that he's 2 years ahead of everybody thinking, because we're dealing with now.
Yeah.
These gas prices is real. Like these $4, and they talking about our supplies and our reserves are running low, and by July, oil could be up to like $160 a barrel. Like, this shit is real.
Yeah.
And all of that, he keep talking about, as soon as the straits open, everything is gonna go back to normal. And we just seen Iran bomb more shit in Bahrain and Kuwait. That's the infrastructure that delivers the oil.
Yeah.
Just because they open the straits back up doesn't mean we're gonna continue with the amount of oil we need to supply demand in the world. That's gonna take months, if not years, to reach.
And that's where I think the problem is when it comes to this Iranian conflict or Iranian war. We need an honest broker. I mean, look, I don't believe the IRGC. I don't believe what the Iranians are always saying, but I feel confident that there's no reason to always believe Trump's administration either. I don't believe we're being fed accurate information from anywhere. What the Trump administration is saying, I mean, not only is it a case of me not believing it, I think there's proof that he's been lying, such as him saying that Iran has been begging for a ceasefire. Have you seen anything whatsoever to indicate that? And then for him to come out and then say, well, I don't care about the midterms because Iran thinks that they can, what did he say? Iran thinks that they can stall because they think I care about the midterms. Well, why are you saying that a country that was begging for a ceasefire is trying to stall? Either they want a ceasefire or they trying to drag it out. They can't be doing both. So the information he's giving is so, I want to say flawed, so false.
It's false. It's fake. It's fake news. He comes out every day and says something that is just not true.
Yeah, and that's where the problem is. And that's where the problem is. I get MAGA coming on the program all the time. Well, gas prices are going to come down in 2 weeks, like you just said. The minute the Strait is open, that's the stuff you're hearing from him, and it's proven that he ain't always telling you the truth.
And now he's saying he got all the time in the world. Says who? Who said? Now you talking about? Hey, I'll just forget about it. You know, I ain't worried about it now. He done said he don't care about our financial situations. He said he don't care about the midterms. He said he don't really care about the war. He said he could walk away at any minute.
Yeah.
What game is that he's playing that's going to benefit us in 2 years?
Yeah, I don't know, but MAGA's riding with it. MAGA thinks that it's going to turn out right. I got to move it on, Denkel. I'm with you. I don't like the lack of clarity. I don't like the consistency is terrible. Trump said we won this war in a few hours. In fact, Marco Rubio was just questioned the other day by someone who said, you said we won. Tell me who won. He said the war's been won. Tell me who's won. And he couldn't really even answer the question clearly. So
his financial guy got up there, yesterday, the day before, and said the economy is hitting on all cylinders. And yesterday, we had the biggest drop in probably NASDAQ history. I'm talking about, I lost probably, 50, 60 grand yesterday.
Damn.
In the market in just 1 day. He said we hitting on all cylinders. But you don't hear him talking about the market since it went down, right? If it had went up, Trump would have been all over TV talking about how great everything is.
It'll be back, and so will he. You're right. He'll tell you about the good. It's kind of like when people go to a casino. When they win, they tell you about it. When they lose, you don't hear from them. So that's how it is. All right, Denkel.
They talk about the food or entertainment.
Exactly. Appreciate it. Enjoy your Sunday or your Saturday, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, moving on. He wasn't sleeping. He was resting his eyes from all the hard work he does. Handsome conservative, you are a riot today. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 75,000, if you will. By the way, we don't block, ban, or censor. This is a MAGA-friendly program as well. Yeah, we'll criticize MAGA, but when it comes to free speech, we let you state your case. You don't have to be concerned of anybody trying to limit, censor, or ban your speech because of your political affiliation. Our comments go left of Bernie Sanders all the way to I'm having dinner with Q. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly, such as somebody said something I wanted to read. It was critical of me. Coming from, I think it says Sean, if I'm correct, Sean Hassan, says, if they listened and respected us men, no, that's not who said, that's not what I was about to read, but I will go ahead and read that. He says, if they listened and respected us as men, which we know they don't because the proof is in the systems list that they hate men and fellow self. Who are they, Sean? I'm getting you in the middle of something. This is what I was looking for. He says, stop trying to convince us of your lies. We know that lies. Stop trying to drag us down with you to hell or where you're going. Are you talking about me? Or are you talking about the president? Let me know. What politician doesn't lie? They all do, says Klein. Here's the problem with that. Remember when Trump came on the scene? He had his own money, so he couldn't be bought. He spoke straight from the hip, called it as he see it. And what was the biggest accolade given to Trump while we needed him as president? He was not a typical politician. He was not a typical politician. That's what we need. We need a businessman. He's not a typical politician. Now it's gotten to the point where every time he fucks up, what's the response? Well, all politicians do that. Well, like this person right here in the comments, all politicians lie. He was not supposed to be that. Same thing when it comes to draining the swamp. when he does swampy shit, what's the first thing we do? Well, Biden did the same thing. Obama did something like that. Bush did. He was not supposed to be those people. Now we're constantly comparing his bad actions and bad activities to typical politicians and making up excuses for why it's suddenly okay now when he campaigned on being exactly the opposite. He has his own money, so we don't have to worry about him being bought like the other typical politicians. You're going to expose the deep state. None of that shit has happened. We've traded success for excuses for why success didn't happen. You can't even criticize something he's doing wrong without, well, Biden did it too, or Obama did it. He was supposed to be better than those guys, not a replica. If that was true, I wouldn't keep getting violations on TikTok. What do you mean, handsome conservative? Because we get them over here like crazy too. What did Biden even lie about? Trump lies with every breath. Well, I think Biden's cognitive abilities is probably the biggest one. I don't look, the botched June 27th debate where Biden looked terrible and they came out talking about he just had a cold or something like that. That wasn't accurate. And now that Joe Biden is on a book tour, it's pretty clear they lied about that. So that's at least one of Biden's lies right there, is his cognitive health. He's not a typical politician, but he has a 34 count convict criminal felony record. Yeah, he does have that. So many programs were ripping America off, and now we found them. So what you mean? I don't know if those programs are genuinely ripping America off. Look, Elon Musk with Doge, and tap the screen. We'll take the next caller at 75,000. Help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes. You know how we do it. When Elon Musk came in with Doge and they started firing all those folks, I'm not for sure that those organizations were waste, fraud, and abuse like the Trump administration stated. Remember, Doge reportedly saved America billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. Where did that money go? Have you heard anything about it? A lot of the people they fired, they had to rehire back, like the Board of Education and a lot of these entities. They had to rehire the people back. So if you're talking about he got rid of a lot of entities that were, wasteful, and look, you got to get more. In my opinion, I'm going to say this many times. You got to present more information to make your point than just what's coming from the Trump administration, because I think it's pretty clear a lot of the stuff he says or the administration says is not true. We got Marco Rubio right now on video talking about he's never seen Trump fall asleep, and he's on video next to a Trump being asleep. So some of the stuff they say is not always accurate. Evil says we have an alien, stupid, orange bullshit moron in the White House. Damn. Let's get that stupid elephant out of the house. Well, unless you get a really resounding victory in the midterms, because you could do it that way. By the way, before I go to the next caller, are we at 75? Tap the screen. The poll question I asked, was Biden better on border security than Trump? Now, I've got over 150 respondents, so it's not a big poll at this point, but over 150 folks have voted. Was Biden better on border security than Trump? Guess what the split is? It's actually 50-50. Right now it is, it just went to 49-51. 49% says Biden was better on border security than Trump. 51% says no. I must got a lot of liberals in that audience. Really? Now it's back to 50-50 as people are voting again. Wow. I gotta agree with you, Louis 4187. I wouldn't. I'm some 50%. 50% of the people think that Biden was better on border security than Trump. Let me say this. Are we at 75,000? I'll take the caller momentarily. Here's the reason why I think maybe folks believe Biden was better on the border than Trump. Well, first, there are some numbers that suggest it. But the second reason is because there are folks who do believe there should be a healthy amount of people coming into the country. Whereas, maybe not just letting anybody in, but you should have somewhat of movement across the border. The Trump administration is pretty much almost like shut the borders down, don't let nobody in. I mean, certainly from the poorer in developing countries, they're pretty much like we want zero. So that's probably why a lot of folks believe that Biden did a better job at border security than Trump, because Biden is like, you can't. We do want some people to come in. Trump is like close that motherfucker off completely. So that's what Trump is trying to. Trump wants zero. All third world countries banned. All Muslim countries banned. I suppose if you're coming from a Western European country or something like that, or some of his friends over in the Middle East now. But other than that, he's kind of at zero. So you can't get it any stronger than that. And a lot of folks don't agree with that, including yours truly. I don't think you should ban most of the planet from coming to America. Certainly not while we're threatening to take over a host of countries. We're everywhere, but they can't come here. And I do believe that's the best solution to getting illegal immigration and immigration under control. You want people to stop coming here, stop going there. A large portion of our immigrants coming to this country, if you trace the history of their country, American interference is all over it. And it's not for the betterment of the people in that country. We've been fucking with their politics, putting in leaders and shit and corruption and supporting cartels, just doing all kinds of horrible shit to their country's survival. And some of them folks are trying to escape and come here. You want them to stop coming here? Quit going there. Looking in the comments, we leaving this shit hole one day. Where are we going? Where are we going? Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Takesha Bowie. I want to know, now, Takesha, you telling me I get the Bible wrong? You're saying there's no slavery in there?
Tim, I don't discuss the Bible with you because I told you.
Then why you in the comments telling me I'm getting it wrong? You know I'm going to ask.
Because you do get it wrong.
Okay, so you can tell me I'm getting it right. So you're going to tell me I'm getting it wrong, but then when I ask for a correction, you don't want to talk about it?
You don't have the wisdom to interpret it correctly.
Well,
so
then,
let's just leave it at that.
No,
Listen.
Wait, you're going to make a comment, and I can't say nothing about it because I don't have the wisdom. Then why make a comment?
That ain't no new statement I told you.
I don't get why.
You're trying to start with me today.
I don't get the purpose of making a comment if you're not going to enlighten anything on it.
Tim.
Yes.
I done told you that before. That is nothing that's new. I can see if the comment was new. I already told you that, so why are we going to keep
So
going
if the
on?
comment is old, why do you keep making it?
Because you just keep lacking. You lack. Tim?
Is there slavery?
Tim, listen. Let me say this right quick before I start. I don't think anybody that's found a child attractive should be talking about people coming over the border illegally. So anyway, keep your comments to yourself, Duke Vader. Listen, Tim. Back to the commander in sleep.
Commander in sleep, okay.
That man looked like he had a my pillow while he was sitting in that chair. Trump had leaned so hard to the side, I thought he was Rip Van Winkle. Now they just need to quit trying to act like that man ain't sleep. Did you hear what MAGA React said?
I was hosting them, of course.
MAGA React played too much. He said that Trump be working hard.
Yeah. He said the man holds a late schedule so you can understand him falling asleep every now and then.
What bipartisan bills has he gotten passed, Tim?
I'm not aware.
Okay, let me say this. I don't care if Joe Biden woke up at 1 and went back to sleep at 3. He has a lot of bipartisan bills. So get what that mean? That mean he was working? Show me one thing Trump done got through Congress from both of the Dems and Republicans that done passed, and you can tell me he working. Trump ain't up working. Trump is up being messy, trying to find videos that make himself look good and playing around. He sleep because he old.
He's a couple of years older than us. Yeah, Trump got a little bit of age on him.
You know what, Tim?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what, Tim? The man is old.
Well, but he does hold a hell of a schedule, like MAGA React says.
Tim.
Yes, ma'am.
Tim, let me tell you something about me. I got real bad insomnia. If I fall asleep at 12, I'm back up at 2. I may not go back to sleep to 6 and back up at 8. Guess what I'm not doing? Sitting up in meetings, falling asleep. Do you think Iran or any other leader of a country is afraid of a man that can't stay woke? Because when he said, let's go on, let me go and give you the nuclear code, by the time he get the first number, a letter to him, he gonna be asleep.
So what are you saying? Sleepy Trump? I mean, because he's the one that coined the phrase Sleepy Joe Biden.
Trump. Rip Van Trump. We can call him the chief, the commander in sleep. We can call him Trump. Yeah, Trump Van Winkle, whatever you want to call him. The man is sleeping because he's old and he ain't well.
Why won't MAGA hold him accountable for sleeping like they did Biden?
Tim, that's my whole point with them. But I told you this from the jump. When he got back in office, I said everything Donald Trump said about Joe Biden is going to happen to him. You don't remember me telling you that? He talked about Joe Biden almost falling down the steps he tripped up. Now he tiptoeing down the steps like a doe that just was born the other day. When he coming down the steps.
Like a doe that was just born.
Yeah,
oh my
he
God.
talked about Joe Biden falling asleep. Now he falling asleep. He talk about Joe Biden calling other countries another name. He do that. So everything he said about Biden, he is facing because you reap what you sow.
So it's just all what goes around comes around, huh?
What goes around, Tim, comes around.
Well, he said some pretty bad shit about Mueller when he passed away. Is that going to come around too?
Absolutely, Tim. All I know is we need to give him some no-dos because he can't stay awake, Tim. And for Mark, you know what? I ain't going to even talk about Mark Rubio because his ears are so big he probably couldn't see past his ears to see the man would sleep on the other side of him. So I'm going to say maybe Mark couldn't see around his ears to know that Trump was over there dozing.
Watch your mouth on Rubio. That might be our next president in 2 years.
I don't care about that. You think I care? I ain't supposed to talk about him because he may be the next president. Let's be for real. But let me say this, Tim. You asked why MAGA is so beholden to Trump.
Yes.
Anytime somebody continuously say the same thing over and over and over and over again, they are putting it in your brain. Trump never stopped having rallies. And if you be honest, he said the same thing at every rally he had.
I've been to a couple of them.
Yeah,
I've been to a couple of them.
Man that really don't feel them for a woman. But if he tell that woman every day, I love you, no matter how he treat her, if he keeps saying it, she believe it because he's telling her every day and it's getting stuck in her mind, so she believing it and it go to her heart.
Is that what I got? Is that what I'm getting wrong? Is that you don't Takeish, let me just make something clear to you. I love you.
Tim, you can have that red shirt on and be shaped like a heart. And I'm not falling for that.
You know, but anyway, as I was saying, I love you.
Tim, stop it.
You said it's full of words.
Tim, you got to give me I love you by 5 more years.
But you're putting the game out there. Okay, I'm learning. So just keep saying it over and over again, huh?
You keep saying it, Tim.
Wow.
You can make them listen.
You're making MAGA sound gullible. You're making MAGA sound gullible.
They are. You can have a man, Tim, that's trash in the bed. But if you just put on a fake shape and say you the best, that man gonna think he Hercules and he ain't doing nothing.
Oh, now that's wrong. That is actually
Tim,
wrong.
I'm giving you game.
I'm assuming you've never done anybody like that.
I have.
Oh shit! Why
It
would
was trash. But that man used to get up feeling like the man of the world. And I'm saying to myself, hurry up so I can call homeboy over here and help me out.
You kind of got me picturing Jada Pinkett and Set It Off with that guy.
Yeah, that's what it was. But you see how she acted when she got with Blair.
Well, she really needed that check, so you got to do a few things for me.
You anything for a check. Make that man think he's standing on top of the world.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, to some degree, if you want to if you ain't going to stroke something, then at least stroke the ego. So, I mean, I suppose.
I can't, Tim. I can't. But that about sums it up, Tim. He got their brains anytime they just take MAGA reacts. I'm waiting on one day when MAGA react come up and say something positive about a black person. I haven't heard it.
Well, has he really said anything? Has he really said anything negative about blacks?
Have you ever said anything positive?
I don't know if the conversation really was about blacks. I'm trying to think. I'd have to.
We always have conversations about black stuff that happened to black people, and he never says anything positive, but he always takes up for Trump and the white person on the other side of the
Well, he's MAGA. MAGA's going to take it for Trump. That's
I
kind
don't
of.
care. He said he's not racist. He got to prove to me he's not.
What has he done to make you think he's racist, though?
He is racist. If you can't see it, that's take that shine off your head
Oh, my
because it's blinding your vision.
What has MAGA Reacts done or said to indicate he's racist? I'm asking. I'm genuinely asking.
Tim,
Yes, ma'am.
you can hear it. I don't know what your. I know you love MAGA. Don't get me wrong. That's your beloved.
I love my beloved MAGA.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
I do love
them.
MAGA. Yes.
So you don't hear what we hear, cause you in love with.
So you got a
like
racist whistle? You got a dog whistle? You can hear racism at a high frequency?
The man ain't never talked about Jan Sixers, but he always talking about BLM. And it don't matter how many times you try to compare them to see, you said it was people in the crowd that was doing all that stuff. He still ain't gonna say that's what's going on. But all of a sudden, everybody in January 6th, they wasn't all guilty.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I can't remember some of the conversations. I'm gonna plead ignorance on this.
You know what, Tim?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what, Tim? I'm trying to love you.
There you go. See, it's working. You know, I love you, Chiquisha. I really love you.
Tim.
Yes. Ooh, I like the air. I feel warm. Go do it again.
I can't with you, Tim. I really can't. Tim, we supposed to be having a political life.
Let me ask you, word association, which party is pro-Christianity?
If I come from a serious, now one. But let me say this. The Republicans pretend. We gonna call them modern day Pharisees. But what Jesus told us to do for people, that's the Democrats. The Democrats do more of Christ's acts. And the Republicans act like they want to, act like Christians.
Armstrong.
Just the word.
Wow.
Just the word. They'll claim to be one, but none of their fruit. Because it's the Bible says you're going to know them by the fruit they bear. The fruit that they bear does not align with what Christ told us to do.
Okay, I like your answer about neither, though, too. I'll go with your answer about neither. But I do understand. I do agree with you. There's a lot of fake Christians out there. So
if you read the Bible, Tim, and the things that Jesus told us to do when it concerns other people, love your enemies, try to do good, feed the poor, house the homeless. That's what Democrats do.
Well, the right is
They may not sit on the front pew of the church that they had on with a Bible in their lap, but the Republicans do that, but they don't honor none of the commandments.
Well, the right is going to view what Jesus is talking about as socialism. That's giving people free shit.
But they supposed to be Christ-like. So it doesn't matter if it's socialism. They supposed to do it because that's what Christ did.
How about this one? Handsome conservative, your friend, says she is right. The Democrats do, he says, fall a Christianity or feel like Christianity when Jesus said about aborting children. So he's bringing, he's not, didn't word it right, but he's bringing up the Democrats and their pro-choice stance and suggesting that maybe that ain't Christian-like.
Handsome.
JPT Farms, thank you.
Hey, Handsome.
He's listening.
Can I ask you a question?
He's listening.
When is cutting off school lunches, feeding the poor?
They don't have an answer for that. I've read that. They don't have an answer for that.
The only thing they want to harp on when you talk about that is ABORTION. They got no other talking points. But I can go through that word, and I can go through them 12 commandments, and guess what? The Republicans don't follow not now one of them.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, and
what's Christian about taking folks' health care?
That's a good point. He's claiming I've always been for school lunches and for supporting families.
I'm not talking about him.
Yeah.
He brought up AB like every Democrat believe in it. He lumped us all into one category, but he want to single himself out when it comes to his party. You can't do that.
I think she got you with that, conservative, because that is true. Just Charlie Kirk of all people, who was really strong on Christianity. Yeah, he's the one that had to quote kids in school shouldn't get free lunches. Like, and I don't see how that is Christian like whatsoever. And the person he was debating even asked, well, because he said the mom should get a job. And he said, well, what if she can't? He said, no, still.
See what I'm saying? But he was the martyr for the Christian, for Christians. He was the martyr. You know, you're supposed to look to him for what a true Christian is. Cut the crap.
Yeah, he was.
That's why I told you. That's why the Lord said, "They're not. My name is on their lips, but their hearts are far from me." God knew they was some devils still.
Well, he follows up by saying that we may have disagreements, but let her know I do believe she is a Christian. So he's not doubting your devotion.
Please don't call me a Christian. Thank you for that, but call me a follower of Christ. Because there's too many people claiming Christian that are not. They have hijacked their word. The Ku Klux Klan call themselves Christian, and look what they did. So, no, please don't call me a Christian. Just call me a follower of Christ. But Tim, you said something I had to get on you about. When Marguerite X was trying to talk about what Trump had accomplished. And he said he lowered prescription costs. And I don't know if you ain't on medication or not, but I am. I'm on 7 different medications, and every last one of them went up January 1st.
Well, he did lower prescription costs for certain meds, not across the board.
Certain. Okay.
He didn't lower. You said he didn't lower the prescription costs for anything at all?
None of my 7.
Oh, none
every
of your
last
7.
one of
Okay.
them went up.
Okay. Yeah, I do believe that there were some meds that he lowered the cost for. I'd have to look it up and figure out which
And
ones.
guess what I'm paying, Tim? I've never got a doctor bill, period. Never. When I went to my doctor, they asked me, did I want to pay my balance? I said, what damn balance? Because, Tim, I ain't had to do that. I told the folks, no, got no money for that. So, no. My meds went up, and now I got, because they gave me this little thing that I used to get free to breathe in, now I got to pay for it, and I'm just confused. But hey, it is what it is, Tim. But long as he's sleeping and creeping through the night, I guess we supposed to be all right, because, you know, Sleep Van Winkle. You know, he fall asleep listen, he took the longest blink I had ever seen in my life. When he listen, Tim, when he fell to the side and put that my pillow behind his head, and baby, he was out like a light. I said, look at my president, always on the job, looking strong, sleep.
I gotta go, but I agree with you. It looks pretty obvious that the man is asleep despite what Rubio is saying, but that might be your next president.
The man sleep. I ran over that laughing saying that he think we scared of him, and he can't even stay awake in a meet, and he over there told us, so we want some negotiations. He can't make it through the negotiation.
That's the art of the deal, Takesha. Appreciate it. Thank you. And by the way, one of my guests said that Trump is negotiating 2 years ahead of what we're seeing now. So there you go. I have a business connection with GoodRx. Oh, did it get affected by Trump? I know, but I want him to stand on it. What are you saying, Advent? I agree. I will respect that and call you a follower of Christ. Fair enough. In the comments, Kelbrew, I saw your comment earlier. You said that Biden, or better yet, Trump is getting credit for the border, but the Biden administration had a bipartisan plan to get the border straight, and he tells the Republicans not to pass it so he can run on it. That is true, but even the bipartisan bill there's two issues that I have with the bipartisan bill that Biden was trying to pass. Not that it's a bad bill. I don't think it's a bad bill at all, what Biden was trying to pass, and Trump stopped so he could run on it. You're right about that. But the two issues I have is, first of all, it took him too long to do it. That's the first thing, because he tried to pass a bipartisan bill in his 3rd year of his term. And people were crying out about the border from day one. I mean, look, the Trump administration controlled the narrative. Now, what Trump was saying about Biden was not even remotely always true. But it was working as if it was always true. So you can't just let what he is saying about you just fester under the idea, well, it's a lie, don't believe it. People are believing this shit. So you're going to have to do something about it. You just can't let it keep festering out there. Like Trump saying that we're in danger because these countries south of the border are sending people from prisons and insane asylums. That is 100% false. You haven't heard of a single country or a single name of a prison or insane asylum that these people are coming from, but they were saying that, and people were buying it. So I think that Biden waiting 3 years to come up with a border bill was a major flaw. The second issue, which I don't think is a flaw, but MAGA does, is that even with Biden's border bill, too many people were still being allowed to come in the country. Because at the end of the day, Trump wants that number pretty close to zero. I think it was like 2,000 a week or whatever, 5,000 a week or something, before ICE could then act autonomously. They could just shut the border down completely. It was a certain number. If a certain number came within a day or a certain number came within a week, ICE Border Patrol had the right to shut the border completely down without needing any permission. The number they had to reach was too high for Trump and MAGA. Well, for Trump, and whatever Trump says, MAGA's going to follow along with it. Because Trump really wanted the number at zero. So you weren't going to have a border bill under Biden that was going to be good no matter what he did. Because, like Kelbrew, you're saying, Trump wanted to run on that. So it is what it is. But I do think Biden's border bill was ample. It just should not have taken so long with so many people crying out about how bad the border was. It shouldn't have took that long. Takesha says, okay, I don't know what you're typing there. Looking in the comments, tap the screen, get the likes on up. Evil says, good afternoon, Mr. Tiny Tim. I'm 6'6", 300 pounds. Ain't nothing tiny about daddy. Good afternoon, Mr. Tiny Tim. I missed those beautiful shirts you were wearing. Wearing the pink and blue and the other ones. Take off the ugly MAGA red shirt. Burn up Sissy Man, JD Vance, and Trump. This is not a MAGA shirt. It doesn't say anything about MAGA. You don't like the color red, huh? You're telling me that MAGA has turned you off to white lettering on a red background? What, you hate the Cincinnati Reds too, huh? You don't even watch the Cincinnati Reds play baseball anymore because you don't like their outfit, their hats. Any red hat with white lettering or white emblems on it, all of a sudden is not popular anymore. What's so wrong with this hat? If you seen 4 or 5 dudes walking down the street wearing this hat, I mean, would you really have any opinion of them? Would it matter? You're hanging out, you're in a bar or you're in a restaurant and 5 dudes walk in wearing MAGA hats. Would it cause you to develop any kind of opinion of them? It's looking like a Republican has a good shot at winning LA and California. So much for the blue wave. I don't believe that's going to happen. And I do understand what you're saying, Cody Locks. I don't believe that's going to happen, though. Just like the Democrats are saying that Tallarico may win Texas. I think those 2 states are so deep into their trenches. I don't believe the state of California is going to put in a blue governor. I just don't believe that. I mean, I've been wrong before, but I do. And the same thing with the city of Los Angeles. A red mayor, not going to happen. Not going to happen. Now, obviously, what's going to end up happening is Trump is going to say he cheated and stopped it from happening some way, somehow. Trump, any election that doesn't go his way, it went that way because of fraud. But California is not going red. I do not believe that. In this environment, what they've sent what did they send to California? Was it the National Guard or was it ICE? They sent military or whatever the hell they sent to California. They're anti-immigrant in one of the areas of the country that has a huge immigrant population. You think them folks are going to vote red? And to me, the most toxic thing you can do for a Republican politician that is in a blue or purple area is to give that person a Trump endorsement. I mean, a Republican running for mayor of LA, getting an endorsement from Trump. Now there are obviously in red areas, that's awesome to get an endorsement from Trump. But if you're trying to be an alternative to Democrats in a blue area, An endorsement from Trump is like a poison pill. I cannot see that. I cannot see anybody. I cannot see the voting public of Los Angeles voting for a Trump endorsed candidate. I do not see that. I mean, has Trump ever said anything positive about Los Angeles whatsoever? I mean, he comes across as if he just hates that city. They're not going to vote. I don't see it happening. I just do not. The bipartisan deal allowed 5,000 immigrants into the country a month. It was a bad bill. In a country of 400 million people, 400 million plus people, you really think 5,000 illegals in the country a month? So that's 60,000 a year. I mean, that's not even a drop in the bucket. That's like humidity, the little mildew on the side of the bucket. That's not that. But you are making my point, Cody, is that MAGA wanted it as zero. MAGA wants it to be zero. I don't think 5,000 people in this country is going to change the country in any way, shape, or form. But I do understand your mindset, because Trump has said things like rapists and murderers, they're emptying prisons and insane asylums. If I believe that, I don't even want one illegal here. If I believe that these folks are coming here kind of like Schwarzenegger in the Terminator just to kill people, I don't want one of them here. And that's the way he has portrayed it. They're coming here to eat our pets and all kinds of crazy shit. Then I agree with you. I would agree with you. One is too many. These people are dangerous. I mean, Trump doesn't portray them as if they're coming to better their lives and they're coming here to work. He portrays them if they're coming here to commit major felonies and murder everybody. So I can agree with you. Evil says Benjamin Johnson Booger Bear is Trump's little chew toy. That's how bad our president is falling asleep, because he is spending his nights over the phone, on the phone with him. Well, I don't know if I see Trump with a chew toy. That's kind of funny. But he is up at night doing things that does not have any, in my opinion at least, doesn't have any, it's not making America great. Some nights when Trump is up and there's like 30, 40 insulting Truth Social posts that come off his social media account, none of that's making America great again. It's just a bunch of shit meant to stir up the left. And obviously he has to be going on hate pages or something to even find that shit, because he ain't making that stuff up. So yeah, I don't think any of that is productive time. If he's up at 2 or 3 in the morning going and finding that stuff to post on his account, then yeah, he should be asleep. You don't get no award for being asleep at 9 o'clock in the morning. Well, what were you doing at 2 a.m.? I was up on some hate pages, finding some shit to piss off the left. That's not productive. Cody Lock says, well, California's elections are bullshit anyways. Even Democrats are like, what the fuck? You can't count all the ballots in one day. And they don't know and don't know how many ballots are coming in. France and Spain can count in one day. I don't know. I don't know if that, just because they can't count all the ballots in one day, I don't know if that makes them corrupt though. I think the election process could be way more simpler than it is. And I think it's mainly because, to me, the right wants to make voting harder because they do better with lower turnout. I don't see any reason why you can't vote online. I don't. Look, you can buy a house online. You can transfer millions of dollars from one account to another one online. But we don't think it's safe enough to vote. You can do everything else online. But for some reason, when it comes to voting, well, there's no way we can secure the voting process. Bullshit. We do everything else. You can purchase fingerprint scanner. They now have facial recognition. Our devices are so safe that even if you're damn near a terrorist, the only way they can get access to what's on your phone, they got to send it to Quantico. They got to send it to the CIA or the FBI's headquarters over in Virginia. That's how secure that shit is. But you're going to tell me you can't allow people to vote online? To me, that's a lot more secure than some old lady at a polling place taking your ID and looking at it and letting her determine whether that's a real ID or not. I would rather trust a damn computer that does fingerprint and face recognition. I don't see there should be no reason why you can't just vote online. I don't see, other than, well, that would allow too many people to vote, and we don't want them all to be able to vote. I don't believe that voting online would be anywhere near as insecure as predominantly the right tries to make it out to be. There should be no illegal crossings, period. Enforce laws. I don't care if they are other nation criminals or not. We have laws for a reason. You lose me at January 6th, Cody Locks. You lose me at all the pardons of Trump. Look, if you want to portray America as a country of laws, and we got laws that you shouldn't have laws if, they're here for a reason. You shouldn't have laws if you don't want to enforce them. Then why would you vote for Trump? Because he's showing you over and over again that laws don't have to be enforced. They're even asking him about running for a third term and pointing out the Constitution says you can. And he's like, well, there's a way. I mean, so all of a sudden when it comes to illegal immigrants, now we want to be all about the law and absolutely nobody can break it. But he's showing you all these other people it's okay to break the law. So I understand your point, though. But look, there is no law in existence that gets 100% compliance. No law in existence. I don't disagree that we should try, but if Trump was only about making sure no illegal immigrants come in the country, I would agree with you more. But when he starts saying insane asylums and rapists and murderers and people are eating pets, to me now it starts to be clear that your intentions go far beyond just making sure nobody comes here illegally. And then, of course, what I mentioned earlier, what he's doing with Kilmar Brego Garcia, trying to send him to Africa when Costa Rica's willing to take him in, and making up all kinds of stories about him being a people smuggler and a wife beater and stuff like. Once you start doing all that stuff, it becomes clear it ain't just about illegal immigrants. You got a different mission, but you're using securing the border from illegals as a shell game for what you really want to do something else, but you're telling people something you think they can get behind. I think he wants to do a lot more than just protect the border from illegal immigrants. I think he wants to close the border off from most brown and black countries, third world countries, all of that. There should be in the comments, Cody says, got to go on working on a train. Good evening. Appreciate it, Cody, by the way. No physical ballots, only even Europe does physical ballots and check IDs. Why can't we? The computer can do all of that. The computer, you don't need a physical ballot. To me, at this point, a physical ballot is just a waste of paper. You don't need it. You don't get your credit card statement on paper. You can do your taxes and all that shit without having paper. It's 2026. You're going to tell me the only secure, the most secure way to do this is paper ballots? I don't buy that. January 6th defendants had way worse sentences than their crimes normally require. We don't need to go into this. Again, January 6th isn't a guy. Well, as Mike on the program pointed out earlier, and I believe him, no January 6th convict or anybody who was convicted of anything on January 6th received a sentence that was above and beyond the guidelines. None of them. They got either, you may not like what they were, you may not like what they were given as a sentence, but it was within the guidelines. Understand, if you go out and commit a crime, the guidelines may provide everything from probation to life in prison. Okay, well, I don't like that you got life. It's too well. The guidelines say he could go as far as life. So and I believe him. They did not get any sentence that was outside the guidelines. Look it up, verify it, come back with a name if you disagree. Let me go back to the box. We'll go to Stick Darula. Good evening, Stick. Welcome to the program. We're doing word association. Good evening, Stick.
What's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. I asked a poll earlier, which remains astonishingly close. Was Biden better on border security than Trump? 200 plus people have voted. 50% say Biden was better on border security than Trump. What say you?
I say damn right he was. The numbers prove it. It's not his fault. Excuse me about that. It's not his fault that a lot of them was coming over. We had the same laws. He just got rid of them in the sense of legally better, faster, more abundant. I mean, it is what it is.
I don't know. Like I said, I believe Trump is better on the border just because of the hate aspect. People, I think he's just a much greater deterrent, and those numbers aren't being brought up. When you say the numbers, we're probably talking about people that were actually dealt with and deported. But I think Trump is disincentivizing probably millions of people from ever coming here, and those numbers are not being put on the record book.
So what's better? So what's better about that? I didn't hear anything better. I heard basically rights being taken away, cruelty. Like I didn't hear anything better. I really didn't.
Well, they favor cruelty to immigrants,
and that's still ain't cool. Just because they favor the shit don't mean we should too.
I agree with
what
that.
are we talking about?
I don't disagree with that, but they clearly favor because I brought Kilmar Brego Garcia up in the conversation.
Well, okay, so basically what you're saying is because they also favor people that mess with dead animals and you know eat the anus and the penis. You get what I'm saying? Like,
well, I do it. It's funny. You're talking about Kennedy. You're talking about, but let me tell you why I'm saying.
That's what they like. They want it. They glad that he's in the spot to where he don't have no medical fucking background. But yeah, we're gonna put him in something that he don't know shit about. But ain't no DEI for y'all.
Yeah, but let me.
No DEI for y'all.
And Cody says that nonviolent J6 defendants got solitary confinement. I know when it comes to solitary confinement.
So again, we don't give a damn. They went to prison. We don't. Do you really talk about everybody in prison? How much time they got and how they being treated, and they don't got red wine served at dinner and all this fuck shit. Man, ain't nobody.
That's where I'm kind of agreeing with you is that we normally, I mean, even people in prison that make YouTube videos and things, that's one of the things they often say. When you're in prison, nobody gives a shit about you. So I don't know why all of a sudden MAGA goes to jail and we're all sympathetic to what they're going through. Prison is a horrible place that mistreats you don't get good health care or any at all. You're sleeping on, if you got a mattress at all, it's about a half-inch thick. It's a horrible place. I don't know, all of a sudden when MAGA goes there, Trump is suddenly like, well, you know, it's not a sanitary place. I got to get them out of here. We've never cared or gave a damn about the quality of life for people that are incarcerated.
That's my point. Like, the whole thing is appalling, Tim. I mean, really, I'm clutching pearls. I can't believe what's coming out of MAGA's mouth when it comes down to these Jan 6ers. And, you know, when they were in there, they were being treated a certain way and all this bullshit. Man, get out of here with that. Nobody care about no Jan 6er and what he went through.
Well, how about this one? Maybe this one would stoke your sympathetic tune. One of the viewers says some January 6th defendants sat in jail for 3 years, or better yet, for years. Just for years without a trial or bail. So they were just being held with no trial or bail for years, says one of the viewers.
Now, one thing about it, I'm gonna say this because I don't really agree with that. I believe they all got their due process. But what I'll say is this, and I know Gen X is probably out there and he ain't gonna like this shit. You do stupid shit, you win stupid prizes. They won the stupidest prize ever. They went to jail. They went to prison. It is what it is. If you was crawling through windows, if you was just in the fucking rotunda that day when you wasn't supposed to be there, that's what it is. You did some dumb shit, you got a dumb prize.
Because I'm looking at it like almost everything they're suggesting that wrongfully happened to the J6ers has happened to Americans all over the place. I'm sure there are plenty of African Americans that have been held in prison. Hell, the folks in Guantanamo have been held without trials. I mean, wrong is wrong. Does it change if it's being done to a Muslim? I mean, we've held people incarcerated in the war and all that stuff. The insurgents, a lot of them folks were held for years and let go because they weren't being charged for anything. We've done that to plenty of people. Mike, what brings you up?
I was just listening to Stick, and he mentioned windows. He mentioned people coming, through windows. Stick, because it's the same thing when people are sneaking out of windows too, right, Stick? Like, right? It would be the same thing with somebody sneaking out of a window by being in a room with a teenage underage girl when they're supposed to be. That kind of window shit is what you were talking about?
That type of window shit. That type of window shit.
That kind of window shit that I was talking about. Hey, let me give you a fun fact real quick, Stick. Did you know that you can publish
any public
Oh.
information on a digital billboard across this country whenever you want? Did you know that?
I kind of did because it's public, right?
Yes, because it's public. Did you know you can publish it at any
Am I in
time
the
you
middle
want
of a fucking
on the
info?
digital-
Am I in the middle of a fucking infomercial? Is this where I say, "Hey, Mikey, he likes it"?
Yeah, this is just Fun Fact Friday. Since it wasn't Friday, it's today. Did you know that as long as it's public information, you can publish it anywhere on a digital board, anywhere in the U.S.? Did you know that?
What happened, bro?
You can publish anything. If it's public information, you can put it on a billboard anywhere across this country. You got to pay for it, but yeah, if it's public information. Did you know
What
that?
kind of information would you post on a billboard? Are you selling some? Or, maybe selling a scooter or an e-bike or something? What are you posting?
Nah,
No, we letting people know that there is people that touch underage kids out there, and they walk among us. They're kind of like the vampire, they the ones that can be in the sun though. So, they don't have no diamond skin, so you can't just point them out like that. They just know that they walk among us.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. I was just checking.
That could cost somebody a wee bit of trouble if they were driving to work and they saw their picture on a big sign.
That would be terrible.
If BMF can do it, we can do it too.
That would be terrible.
But you don't think anybody would do anything like that, right?
I don't. I mean,
like, let's just say it might cost, I don't know, 500. I'm willing to get a graphic design.
You could instantly make somebody become Charleston White in a room full of GDs or something. I mean, that could cause a problem. That could cause a problem for that individual.
It is what it is. I mean, Charleston White, I think he's far from that, really far from that. But I definitely would say he could become that in a prison. Yeah, around a bunch of people that know that he's one of those. That's
Wow.
That's what I think. I think that's worse than the GDs finding Charleston White.
I don't know Charleston White. There's a lot of people that are after Charleston White in real life. I don't know. Charleston White might get the same treatment as one of them other folks.
But he's got so many people surrounding him. Yeah, I don't think you want to do that.
I don't know. Rick Ross paid them off, and Rick Ross had plenty of people surrounding him too. You got a bunch of unknown GDs after you. That ain't a good way to live.
Listen to what I'm saying. Them unknown GDs is when we talking about people surrounding him. We ain't talking about just normal.
No, you're not. You're talking about it could be anybody.
No, we're talking about Charleston White tell you to your face. I got FBI walking around with law enforcement, local law enforcement. He is a snitch. And don't mind telling you, well, actually, he said, I ain't a snitch. I just tell. Because I ain't getting nothing from it.
But let me ask you something. I'm going to say this, and I'm sure my MAGA side of the audience is probably going to agree with this, and I'm going to probably get chastised from my liberals and African Americans in particular. But what is it about the black community when you factor in, we do have a lot of crime in some of our communities, that we're against snitching, which might actually help our community out if we pointed out the bad guys?
Well, it's not against snitching. It's snitching when you trying to get up out of something. You done did dirt, but then you want to snitch on the same person that did the dirt with you. It's kind of like unlawful. Have you seen Law Abiding Citizen?
Yeah. With Gerard Butler, yeah.
And how it came on, it showed what happened to Gerald Butler's family, who actually did it, versus who actually got punished for it.
Yeah, but we don't treat you. You're making it sound like snitching is bad when you're an informant and you're trying to get your own self a lighter period of time or a lighter punishment. But we're against, let's say, the 70-year-old woman that just don't want drug dealers on her block. We're against her snitching too, and she ain't got nothing. She just wants peace in her neighborhood. We're against her too.
Now I'm gonna just say this. See, this is the thing. The smug dealer ain't the same smug dealer how it used to be. Ain't no more Bumpy Johnsons. Ain't no more Frank Lucases. There ain't no more even Nicky Barnes. Ain't no more of those, right? Ain't no more Frank Nitties. Yeah, ain't no more of them people. So what you got to understand is what they used to be, which is taking care of their neighborhood, even though they was doing wrong, that was still the person you could go to and say, hey, check this out. I ain't got no bread for this month. You know, it's getting cold, especially in New York, because that's where a lot of them came. Well, actually, a lot of them came from North Carolina, Durham to be exact. But I'm just saying, those type of characters don't run the neighborhood no more. It's these little young YNs, all they've been told by Donald Trump and some of them fast little girls, I need money.
You're blaming the activity of the young YNs, the young Negroes, for some of you folks who don't know what the acronym stands for. You're blaming their activities on Trump?
I'm blaming it on anybody that ever said, you better go get some money. Anybody that ever just blanked.
They ain't getting it from Trump, Stick. They're getting it from hip-hop.
I'm gonna say it again. But they believe, though. They believe, Stick, to your point. They believe that Donald Trump, that goes back to the PPP, Tim. That PPP money. You got to remember, and he put his signature on those STEMI checks. So he sold it that way, and they received it that way.
I don't believe that young Negroes. Hold on, I don't believe that young Negroes, young thugs in the hood, are influenced by Trump. I think they got a lot more other bad folks that are particularly people of color that they're getting their influence from. Trump, really?
Listen. Depending on where you're at, New York may be different, you know, but down here in Florida, he got Mar-a-Lago, he got the UFC going on, right? Now he got the UFC going on in D.C. at the White House. So again, they see this. Then they got a little young girl that's got the same type of influence, but in a different way. If you want to say hip hop, they got the hip hop influence too. But you got the leader of the goddamn country trying to run this shit like it's death row. You know it and I know it.
I understand the antics of Trump, but I don't believe young thugs on the street trying to get money are patterning themselves after an 80-year-old dude in Mar-a-Lago at this point. There are plenty of Scarface movies and shit. There are plenty. Hold on. I don't see it.
You're trying to be literal. What I said was I blame it on anybody that ever told anybody to go get money, and that's it. Like, if they ain't never gave them the laws of the land in the sense of, hey, man, take care of your mother, take care of your grandmother. If they ain't never said, if you make it big, make sure your people good. See, we used to have people that was like that. They made sure that their people was good. They don't have nobody to tell them and show them, make sure your people is good. So there is a big gap and a disparity in a leader. Because they don't have nobody.
I agree all of that, but I don't think hardly anything in the hood, crime-wise, can be blamed on Trump, though. I believe there's bad role models in the hood, and the bad role models look closer to you and me than they do like Trump. I don't think Trump has anything to do with that.
I'm gonna say it again. How about this? I'll say it this way: young man listening to a song, the song telling him go get money, whether it's pop, whether it's rap, whatever you want to call it. Even sometimes in a crooning song where they singing R&B, they tell you, you know, if you ain't got no money, you can't get no woman. You feel me? So again, anybody that has told these young people, and I'm saying people, I'm including these women, to go get money, and that's it. Those people are the problem. That's why the 19-year-old has to make sure that his girlfriend got the prom dress, the boots, the purse. She better have this on her birthday, roses, a Lamborghini to go to prom. Like, come on. This little 19-year-old getting all his money from his mama and his papa. They not sufficient like that. They're not princes. They might be princes in their head, but they don't have prince money.
But they getting all their bad influence, though, from people of color just like them.
They're getting their influence from anybody of color that is telling them go get money. That's what I'm telling you.
Right, and it ain't coming from Trump.
It is coming from Trump.
It's definitely coming from Trump.
You think the average 19-year-old... Wait, you guys are trying to tell me the average 15 and 19-year-old on the street pulling licks and hitting capers and selling product is getting influence from Trump?
Yes. Well, let me say this, Stick, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Again, Tim, when the criminal element is normalized at the highest level, that's a problem. We said this from the very beginning. I'm not saying it's all on Trump because a lot of it was there.
I'm not saying that either.
Right, I know you're not. But the idea that we're looking at a man who invites the criminal element. Everyone he pardoned was a convicted felon. You understand what I'm saying, Tim?
Yeah, but the people on the street don't even follow politics like us. They don't even know that Trump is doing that
yes,
shit.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Because you tell me all the black faces that have been pardoned.
No, what I'm saying is the average 19-year-old that's on the street pulling capers couldn't name you a single person Trump pardoned or what that person had done. They don't know nothing about that stuff.
But that's not true. But he did. Hold on, though. He did know that Trump said, "Go get this money." He do know that. Okay. He do know that.
I think there's a lot of things you can blame on Trump, but I think you guys are going overboard with this one.
Tim, every time I talk to a black MAGA, right? Every time, their premise is always on: get more money, you'll do better. Get more money, they'll treat you better. This side over here don't care about nothing but getting money. That's why we're saying it's not racist. I listen to what they say, but I have a problem when I know the Triple K, when I know the Boogaloos, when I know Gen X and his Proud Boys, when I know them people are over there. You right next beside them talking about vote with them. No, I can't. I'm sorry. Will never happen. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't. For you to be the color that you are and you voting that way, knowing all them people are right next beside you, smiling, saying, yeah, boy, do it. Hurry up. Sign it.
You don't talk to them on this app?
Talk to who?
You don't talk to these young black MAGAs on this app?
Yeah, Lumberjack and AJ and Jam and Lou.
The young ones. No, the young ones.
Oh, the real? No, I don't get too many of the real young ones. Like, yeah, I don't talk to those. Like you talking about millennials and Gen fucking alphas and all them. No, I don't talk to them.
You talk to them. They know who he's pardoning. They know all. They can tell you about every drug czar that was pardoned. They can tell you about every rapper that he pardoned. It was only 3, but they can tell you all of them. They know. They know.
I'd have to get my. I got to move it on, gentlemen, but I'd have to get my hands on some of them. Mike,
They'll tell you that, Tim. I'm gonna say you this before I go. They'll tell you that, and they'll use that one example for why he is good for us. That's how sad it is.
All right. Well, let me see some folks cashing in on the money, and then we'd have a conversation. Mike, Stick, appreciate it.
Later.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, moving on with the program. Tap the screen. Look, like you said, I don't talk to a lot of really young African Americans that support Trump. I mean, when he's talking about, like under 30, I don't talk to many African Americans. I do talk to African Americans that support Trump, but they're usually over 30. He's talking about people under 30. So if what he's saying is true, I can't speak on it because I'm not aware of that. Handsome Conservative, did you have a request in? Did he go? Looking into, because I saw him next. Mind you, he was talking about illegal immigration, that black people were losing their jobs. Very sad to see a black Trump supporter while he was telling you you're losing your jobs to Mexicans. I guess you probably are talking amongst each other because that ain't what I said. You really think we're Trump haters? If you look down in his history, you will find out what he was really about and how he used to hang out with mobsters. You would know what he's really about. To me, in my opinion, Trump is not the guy he was 20, 30, 40 years ago. Because you often hear folks defending Trump by bringing up what he used to be like. Like, I don't think modern Trump would donate money to Jesse Jackson's campaign. That was back then. Modern Trump is not the same as the Trump that they try to use as a defense, because the old Trump was for magazine limiting how many magazines you could have on an AR and all. He was for that kind of stuff, gun control. Modern Trump is a different dude. Just like I think Joe Biden, modern Joe Biden is a different dude than he was. Which is why you don't hear the left trying to defend Biden by bringing up shit he did 30 years ago. Because 30 years ago, he was sounding kind of racist. Trump was sounding a lot more in favor of diversity 30, 40 years ago than he does now. He sounds like a different guy, at least in my opinion. Handsome Conservative, good evening.
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What are we getting wrong this evening, sir?
Oh, I was looking up at the board above your head, and I was wondering what was the question you were asking about that? Because honestly, I wasn't paying attention.
You mean the word association?
Yeah, whatever your topic was for today.
Well, first of all, did you see the video that I played earlier with Marco Rubio?
Yeah. Trump wasn't sleeping. He was resting his eyes from all the hard work he was doing.
In the middle of a meeting, you decide to rest your eyes?
Okay, all right. We both know I'm bullshit. All right. Yeah, he was asleep.
So we're looking at Sleepy Donald as opposed to Sleepy Joe Biden. So he's doing the same shit. Word is so.
Yeah, he does do a lot. He does do a lot of work, whether it's successful or not all the time. He does do a lot of shit. He is the president.
Yeah, so, and that's what I was telling Maggie X at the beginning of the program. If the stuff you're doing is not successful, or at least some of it is not successful, why not lay off on some of that shit and get some sleep? We would rather you only focus on the successful stuff and then appear to be awake in public. All of this, up at 2 o'clock in the morning posting pictures of yourself as the Pope and Jesus and shit. You should have been asleep. Because now you're on television you're not pretending to be the president. You really are that guy. And you're asleep. But you were awake when you were playing Jesus or a doctor or whatever the hell you want to say. To me, if you're going to be up in the middle of the night, it should at least be productive. And with him, I don't see it. Did I lose you?
No, but you did cut out. I heard the second to last thing you said. Then you cut out.
Yeah. I'm saying if you're going to be up in the middle of the night, do something that's productive. Trolling at 2 a.m., you don't get any credit for being awake at 2 a.m. if that's what you're doing.
Well, I'll say this about Trump. I will say this about Trump. I don't understand the whole Truth Social thing he does in the middle of the night. I don't get that. That doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that he doesn't have a lot on his plate when he's doing his presidential job.
I would tell you, Trump has a lot more on his plate than he normally would because of all of the bullshit he does. I really believe, even though Trump leans right, and I don't agree with everything he does, I believe the number of people that do not like him would be greatly reduced if it wasn't for all of the trolling and hatred that he does online.
Right. Well, all I know is, I can't look at the video that you played and honestly, without joking, I can't say that he wasn't asleep. So
what would Marco? So in other words, Marco Rubio, in your opinion, was just flat out lying when he said he's never seen Trump fall asleep.
Well, I'll tell you, as far as Marco Rubio goes, I list him with the rest of the politicians. They all lie for the people they're working for. All of them, Democrat, Republican, they all lie. Take the people who worked for Biden, they lie. The same thing goes on the Republican side. I'm a conservative. I can say that. They all lie.
So in other words, he's no better than the liberals they criticize. I mean, they criticize the left as being dishonest and lying, and now they're in there doing it.
To answer your question, both sides have been dishonest about their candidate. It just happens to be that Trump is in office now instead of Biden. But yeah, both sides do it, Tim.
Would you vote for Rubio now that you know Rubio is willing to lie even before? Would you vote him in?
I wouldn't vote for Rubio if he was running for president.
Because he may be soon. What about Vance?
Vance? I don't know enough about Vance. I honestly, he's the vice president, and I genuinely, I don't know anything about him.
So, and you don't, and you voted for Trump, but you no longer like Trump as well. So are you seeing anybody on the right that is?
I voted for Trump the first time. I did not vote for him the second or the third time because he ran on division. That's not the person I voted for the first time. The first time, I liked what he did. but the other times he was running on different policies.
And I see somebody in the comments is asking, so what did Trump take away from the caller? Well, you heard him say that he didn't like the fact that Trump was running on division, but when he ran, you voted for him in 2016. To me, he was running on division back then. I mean, he's been running on division since he came on the scene.
To me, I have to disagree. I think Trump, I can't explain it, but I think to me, it became more than just division. At one point, you either voted for Trump because you liked his policies or you didn't. The second and the third time, he just had people attacking each other more than usual. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but to me,
yeah,
it wasn't the same. It was more about division than policy, and that's why I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for Kamala either,
right?
But I couldn't vote for Trump because he came across different. I wish I could explain it, but I really can't.
I can explain it. I can explain it. It came across stronger because the first time he ran with a lot of traditional conservatives, well-respected conservatives, everybody from Mike Pence to Attorney General Barr and Bolton, people who had a long history of being conservatives, being well-respected conservatives. As he continued on, he started weeding those people out and putting in people that were just going to like him no matter what. And now he's reached the apex of that level where everybody pretty much under him are just Trump no matter what. The folks who may have had dissenting opinions are all gone. So some of them folks earlier on might have stopped a little bit of that division. Like you heard General Milley say that Trump just divides everybody. Well, he got rid of Milley. I mean, he's gotten rid of a lot of those folks to the point where there's no dissenting opinion because he's going to get rid of you. So everybody's scared to say anything.
Well, like I said before, I've never been MAGA and I've never really been a Republican, but I do appreciate the fact that you can see the fact that he did run the first time with a lot of conservatives as to who did the second time or the third time. So yeah, I'm gonna agree with you on that. I'm probably pissing off a lot of Republicans, but I'm not a Republican, so to me, he was a different person, and I don't have the vocabulary to explain it, but I couldn't vote Democrat for my beliefs, but I couldn't vote for him either. So, I did the only thing I could, which was set that one out.
Yeah, he became more powerful. And to me, that's the biggest difference, is that he himself ran on division, but there were guardrails up in place. As he's become more and more powerful, the amount of guardrails have fallen down, and you're getting the true Trump. You're now experiencing the true Trump agenda without the guardrails. And his primary agenda is a lot of that division.
I think the first time he was in office, he did pretty good. But I think that he learned the game really fast from all the other politicians. So when he got back in, he just started playing the game the way they would if they were in power, which it didn't appeal to me. It's like the Iran war. Are we at war or are we not at war? What's going on? To me, this isn't a war. We haven't gone in, so if we're
That's
not going to
crazy.
go in, we should come.
You and I vehemently I totally disagree with you. The idea you're telling me you do not believe we are at war with Iran because there's no boots on the ground.
Okay, see, you just cut out again. Hold on a second. Let me see if it's my phone.
Okay.
All right. Okay. You vehemently disagree.
Yeah, you're saying that you do not believe we're at war because there's no boots on the ground.
Well, I think when I think of war, I think of things like when we went in to get Saddam. There were boots on the ground. There was active military. Doing. That was a war. We're sitting around with our ships parked, doing pretty much nothing. Got a lot of troops over there, but we're not really doing anything that I can see.
So then, here's what I'm confused, because if based on what you're saying, then we were never at war with Al Qaeda, because what we did to Iran, Al Qaeda on September 11th essentially did the same thing. They just got in an airplane, but essentially they used a missile to hit a target in the United States, just like we use a ton of missiles to hit targets in Iran. They didn't put boots on the ground here either. And yet we had no problem saying what they did was an act of war and went to get them. All they did was bombed us from the air the same way we're bombing Iran from the air. So if what you're saying is not a war, then you're saying that Al Qaeda never declared war on us.
Well, I'm saying that to me, it just doesn't seem like, I don't know how to word it. It just doesn't seem like we're really doing much of anything. I mean, we may launch a few missiles, but if there are no boots on the ground, if we're not accomplishing what we went there to do, then I don't see it as a war.
Maybe not a successful war, but a war nonetheless. I mean, to me, you don't take out the whole head of a government and claim you're not at war with them, and we don't kill thousands of them.
Okay, we took out the head of the government, but after that happened, what did we do? We parked our ships, and we just been backing our ships off so they couldn't hit us with missiles.
That's kind of how.
That's what I'm doing.
But you're to me, I think you're confusing an incomplete or unsuccessful war with no war at all. Some folks said the same thing about Desert Storm, Desert Shield back in the early 90s. We didn't go and take Saddam Hussein out completely. It ended up being a failure because we had to deal with him again in 10 years or so. But that don't mean we were not at war during the early 90s. Same thing with Vietnam. Some people wanted us to go further, Ho Chi Minh City or whatever. They wanted us to go further in Vietnam. But just because we didn't do it, that doesn't mean it's not a war. I just think it's a failed war, or maybe a war where you didn't meet your objectives, but it's still a war. I still think it's a war.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to drop because for some reason you keep cutting out for Clapper, so weird. I don't know what's going on.
All right, well, so it's not noting it on my end, so maybe I got a problem, maybe I don't know, but we'll bring you on next time. Appreciate it.
It's probably Clapper, but yeah, I mean, we're going to disagree on this, but I just wanted to say, yeah, I mean, I think if we're not going to do anything, we should just bring our troops home. I mean, honestly, there's no reason to have the troops there if they're not going to go in, if nothing else.
I agree with that, but I do believe when this period in history is referred to, it will be called a war. I think you'll see books called the Iranian War. Everything about this period in history they will be referring to it as a war. I don't think they're going to be calling it an excursion or a conflict.
All right, man. Well, respect and support your local liberal.
Thank you. Hands of Conservative, always a pleasure. Appreciate it. Tap the screen, get the lights on up. Somebody else was saying G vacation or something like that. If you're in there, put in your request. Tap the screen. You bombing another country talking about it's not a war. You can't make it up. Yeah, because if they did that to us, we would say it was a war immediately. If somebody came over here and dropped a bomb on the Capitol building or the White House, even if it was empty, we would immediately say that was an act of war. The Declaration of Congress, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do, but there's no way in hell I'm going to believe, well, if Congress doesn't say it, so it's not a war. No. And that's what I told my last caller. This period in history will absolutely go down in history as a war with Iran. Absolutely, that's the way it will be viewed. It won't be called anything else. Not to mention there is just 100 videos of Trump talking about this, and he calls it a war. Marco Rubio claimed the war was already won. I mean, they're all calling it a war. The whole administration is saying it's a war. So it absolutely will be referred to as a war. It's not fair to tell our troops they're representing us and our freedoms and liberties, and they're in what is the rest of that 83 or B3? Your comment cut off. Cuba used to manufacture clothes, shoes, and cigars for America. Well, once Castro came in there and we didn't like Castro, we decided to really hurt the Cuban people. What we're doing to Cuba right now is like a humanitarian crisis. There is no legitimate reason for us to be preventing the nation of Cuba from receiving energy and putting them in the dark right now. There is no legitimate reason for that. Cuba's a failed government, so you put the people in the dark? You turn off the power for the citizens because you don't think the government is being ran properly? So you make millions of people pay for it? What we're doing in Cuba amounts to me, an act of inhumanity. I don't see how that's going to benefit the Cuban people whatsoever. You're putting them in complete darkness most nights for probably almost 2 months straight now. Tropical climate where it gets really warm in the middle of spring, heading into summer. I mean, it's hot as hell down there right now. The refrigerators don't work, so they can't refrigerate meat and shit like that. Hospital can only use some of their equipment because they don't have power. How the hell does that benefit that nation at all? Even if your plan is to go there and take out Castro or whatever, how does what you're doing right now for that length of time benefit them at all? Some of them have had to die from that. Guaranteed we've killed people. When I lived in Chicago back in the 90s, I remember one summer, we had like temperatures that were like above 95 degrees for over a week straight in Chicago, over a week straight in the mid 90s. And so many people died of heat stroke that they had to have refrigerated trucks because the morgue couldn't hold them up. Because there's a lot of poor people in Chicago, at least in that era, that did not have air conditioning. I was one of them, by the way. I was just in my 20s. And what I used to do, because I had a 30, 40 gallon fish tank in my bedroom, I would take a 2-liter bottle and cut off the top, put it in the freezer, freeze it. And when I went to work in the morning, I would dump the big chunk of ice, 2 or 3 of those in with the fish to keep them alive. It was so hot. I didn't have air conditioning back then in the early 90s, living on the south side of Chicago. We lost a lot of people. And I was in America. They're dying in Cuba. Because there was plenty of people, even though I was in the hood growing up poor, there were people in the hood that had air conditioning. We still were doing better than they're doing in Cuba. There are people that are dying over there from what we're doing to them. They losing people. So I don't see how that's benefiting them at all by cutting off their power in the middle of a hot spring going into summer. We're definitely, look, if somebody in the comments says how, imagine a hospital with no power. When you're in a hospital, most of the shit that monitors your vitals, if you need to have surgery, all of that shit's using electricity. If you cut off the power, people in the hospital are not going to make it. It's guaranteed. You're going to lose some people. You can't do everything manually. You're going to lose some people, guaranteed. So, yeah, he's absolutely killing Cubans. Guaranteed he's doing it. The rich hate the Democrats because the Democrats make the rich pay their taxes. True, I believe. Not all the rich, though. All wealthy people are not so greedy that they're going to hate the party for a little bit of a tax increase. They're not all like that. Where's the cartel they said was in control of everything with Maduro? Wasn't about the cartel. Wasn't about drugs at all. It never was about that. Just like Cuba is not going to be about the citizens. Iran was not about protesters. They're just pulling at your heartstrings so that you'll support them going in and doing that. China gave us COVID-19. You moron came from Wuhan lab fund. Okay, I'm not arguing with that. What are you saying? With the Democrats, if you don't know the loopholes, you're going to pay. You got to know the loopholes. They need to get rid of the loopholes. Real quick, tap the screen, get us on up to 110. Happy boy with the hat mustache, TikTok cap goes, if you will. Looking in the comments, most of the 1% are Trump cut off their livelihood. Yeah, what he's doing to Cubans. USAID is another one where he's killing people. All of the grain and wheat and flour and stuff we used to send those really poor nations that we cut off. I mean, obviously, if they're sending you that stuff, that's lifeblood. Not to mention medical help we were sending them. We cut all that stuff off. If they haven't found replacements for that, people are dying. There's no other way around it. People are starving to death. People are dying. I mean, Trump's policies is killing people. You may favor them because it saves us money and you're not sending money abroad. I get it, but we're killing people. And you'll find out the true numbers once another administration is in there. But cutting off aid to the poor. Now, their argument is, well, the money wasn't going all to poor people. Probably true, but some of it was, and now none of it is. And that's going to result in some people dying. Trump wanted to shut down travel from China. Nancy Pelosi walked around Chinatown talking about his xenophobic, please continue. They both were right. I mean, Trump was being xenophobic and Nancy Pelosi was right about that, but you're also right about China creating COVID. They both could be right. More people died under Biden than under Trump. Please continue. What is that, a flex? Well, we're killing less innocent people than you did? That ain't saying shit. Like I said, the whole thing about Trump was he's not a typical politician. He's going to drain the swamp, expose the deep state. And every time you point to something he's doing that's wrong, the only response is, well, somebody else did something wronger. That's not pointing to bad behavior by somebody else is not a defense for Trump. I don't know why you guys keep doing it, but pointing to other shit that other people did. Look, when Biden was in there, he took his lumps. He got criticized for everything from not securing the border to falling asleep. Now that Trump is in there and he's fucking up, well, let's talk about Biden some more. No, Biden had his time. That's why he's not in office anymore. He didn't do everything he should have did. People didn't like him. His poll numbers were in the tank. He's gone now. Trump is in there. So when Trump does things that are not right, bringing up Biden is not the response to it. Address the guy that's doing wrong or not doing things right. Biden. What gets me about MAGA is they're so defensive for Trump but can't hold him accountable for anything. So now the standard is what about Biden? Never mind how bad he is governing. It's kind of what I just said. Yeah, I don't understand why Biden has been gone for 2 years now. And it ain't just MAGA, by the way. Every press conference Trump has, he's still bringing up Biden or Obama. Look, give me the definition of derangement syndrome and tell me Trump doesn't have it. Tell me Trump, whatever your definition of, you ask somebody, what is Trump derangement syndrome? And then ask him, take Trump's name out of it and just describe to me what derangement syndrome is. Tell me Trump doesn't have that. Same thing. Why the hell is he still talking about Biden? Biden is gone. More people died from COVID in the Biden administration. Biden came in office with the vaccine. I don't know about that one. But you got to keep in mind, people are still dying from COVID. So Trump only had to deal with COVID for about a year. COVID was present throughout Biden's whole term. So yeah, I'm sure more people did die from COVID under Biden than Trump. And when you say that Biden came in office with the vaccine, but he also came in office with MAGA saying the vaccine was like poison. And that's who was losing their lives, was a whole bunch of Trump supporters refusing to take the shit. Shout out to the late Herman Cain. So yeah, of course, more people perished under Biden. He had to deal. In fact, people are still perishing from the virus. Trump only had to deal with that for 1 year. Biden had to deal with it for 4. And now Trump is still dealing with it, but it's not really that bad anymore. But yeah, you should lose more people under Biden than under Trump. It was around his whole term. If you want to take and get illegal immigrants off the Social Security, if you want to get illegal immigrants off of social services, you have to make a roll and a wall that's enforced for it I don't know how many illegal immigrants are on that stuff, so I can't speak on it. Let me go back to the box. Lewis, welcome to the program. Tap the screen, get us on up to 110,000. Help out with the hat and mustache TikTok cap go. Lewis, good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on. So we were doing word association earlier, where I throw out a phrase and you let me know which party comes to mind when I throw the phrase out. I want to throw a couple of them on you. Which part? When I say pro-police, which party comes to mind?
I definitely say that's a hard one, Tim.
Some of these are. Some of these are.
I think that's probably your hardest one. I did hear some of the earlier ones that you said too, and the reason I say that because I think the right think the black the left when they say Democrats they think black. They don't know for some reason people don't seem to think that there are more white Democrats than there are black Democrats.
You really think MAGA or the Republicans? When they hear, blacks are only 13% of the population, and a few of them are Republicans. You really think they think black? I mean, there are like you get up in a New England area like Vermont and New Hampshire, some of them areas that are blue. There is nobody black up there. Maine is often a blue state. There's nobody black in Maine except for some Somalis. I mean, so you really think they think it's black?
Number one, Tim, black people everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now. That's what people don't get. They're all over the country. There's plenty of blacks in Wyoming. There's plenty of blacks in Utah.
What is your definition of plenty?
What I mean is that there's a significant amount. It's just, I'm just saying there are some. And I'm not saying it's a majority, because we're not a majority nowhere in this country. But my thing is, but I will say this. I think that when I do say that, because that's what they run on, I would definitely say the Republican Party. They definitely promote that. But they proved how false that is since Trump's been in office. Because it's not even relevant now.
Yeah.
There's no way that you can vote for a 34-time convicted felon, someone found guilty of not guilty, but found liable of sexual assault and liable, and then still say that you are the party of Law and Order. Let's just be for real.
Yeah, it's crazy how unpatriotic somebody like Colin Kaepernick or something like that is, and then they come in there and take down the flag and beat cops with the flag, and they're patriots. So I don't get that one either. I asked this earlier. Let me. Here's one that's going to be probably a bit challenging as well. Which party is more pro-peace? Trump. Remember, no new wars.
I definitely think that's going to be the Democratic Party. Let's be for real. Democratic Party, if you think about it, probably hasn't started a war going all the way back. Probably to, I will say, Vietnam was one of those things that was started by the Democrats, but I think that was only because the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. Well, you got to look at it this way too, now, Tim. The Republican Party, even the ones that the Republican Party is the party that started the Civil War.
The Republican Party?
Absolutely. What was?
No, I think that's the Democrats. The Democrats were pro-slavery back then.
What was Lincoln?
Lincoln was a Republican. He didn't start the Civil War.
Well, what is the United States?
What? The United States were the Yankees. They were Republican at the time.
Absolutely, and they started the Civil War. The Confederates didn't start the Civil War.
I believe they did. I believe the first attack came from them.
I don't think so.
Alexa, which party started the Civil War?
The Civil War wasn't started by a single party. It was a complex conflict between the Union and Confederacy, with the Republican Party's Abraham Lincoln winning the 1860 election, leading Southern states to secede and form the Confederacy to preserve slavery.
Okay, so neither one. Okay, somebody had to launch the first attack.
Well, I think they called it blood drawing was when they actually formed the union. The union, once the union was formed, and they started wanting to taxation the South, and that's when the South fell away from the union. Period.
Well, like DJ D's is in the comments saying that Fort Sumter, and that was fired on by the Confederates. So he's saying that the Confederates launched the first attack, which would mean that the Democrats started the war if that's the case. But I mean, Alexa had something different to say.
Right.
And real quick in the comments, somebody go ahead. I'm listening.
Go ahead.
No, so somebody in the comments said that Colin Kaepernick was not an American. That was a stupid comment. So what country is Colin Kaepernick from then if he's not an American? Jesus Christ.
That is crazy.
Well, Obama wasn't an American either, if you ask most of the folks on the right.
That's true too. They'll probably say he wasn't an American. He was a San Franciscan because he played for the San Francisco 49ers. But that's somebody that's stupid that don't know geography.
Yeah, that's really bad.
That is stupid. Okay, I'd give you that. I'd say that's a hard one. We have to split that one down the middle. I think they both started it when they split it off. It had to happen. Let's just be for real. I mean, that's like asking the question of who was the first. How many Americans died in the Civil War? They all were Americans.
Right.
So,
well, the Confederates wanting to preserve slavery, they're the one that had a gripe with the North and wanted to secede from the country. So I mean, I don't see if they want to secede. Are we going to suggest that the North just attacked them for no reason? I would assume that the party that wanted to secede and wanted to maintain the right to own human beings would have probably launched the first attack because the other side was about to stop it or tax them for it.
I like to say that's not just a hard question. That is a very confusing question that you asked there. That's not a hard question because we're all going to say it. If you're on the left, you're going to say the Republicans did it. If you're on the left, you're going to say the right did it. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those kind of things. Right. I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I think Lexa is totally wrong though.
I do too. I've actually caught that device making a few wrong errors, and that I've actually have asked it a couple times and it corrected. Like one time I asked it, Kaylin, I watched the Indiana Fever in the WNBA, and I asked it, like, is there a game tonight? And the thing said no, and I'm looking on Google like it said, and I said, are you sure? And it goes, yes, the Indiana Fever plays tonight. I'm like, why didn't you know it the first time? I've actually caught Alexa making mistakes and corrected itself.
Absolutely. I did it a couple times last night when I was watching my Knicks beat up on the San Antonio Spurs. And she screwed it up a couple times and gave me some bad information.
That's weird. Well, let me
ask you this.
Sure.
If Jesse Jackson and Donald Trump were so tight back in the day, why did Donald Trump lower the flag for Charlie Kirk but did not lower the flag for Jesse Jackson?
Well, there's two answers that could be. One being obvious that maybe they weren't as tight as the right thinks they were. But the other answer, I believe also too, and I don't believe they were as tight as they say either. I don't believe they were that tight.
No.
But I will say this also, is that I've always seen Trump as an opportunist. Now, people say he's racist or whatever. We can have that conversation, but I believe he's also an opportunist. And when I say opportunist, I mean like he's going to go to the crowd that benefits him the most. Like, for instance, in the Republican Party, I believe there are more people in the Republican Party that do not view blacks favorably than there are blacks themselves in that party. I think if the number of blacks in the Republican Party was greater than the number of people that don't view them favorably, then I think he would be more of a pro-black president. I just think that he goes where things are going to benefit him. During that era, I think that he's probably saw benefits in Jesse Jackson. If he becomes president, for instance, this could be a great ally to have. I mean, I just think he's an opportunist. And by the way, when he came down the golden escalator, he even said the system is rigged. He said, how do I know? Because I've donated money to both sides.
I agree with you 100%. There's no doubt about it. That's what he said, and that's what he meant. I think that if Trump would have, if the Republicans wouldn't have backed Donald Trump, and the Democrats did, Donald Trump would be a Democrat.
He'd be a Democrat. Yep, I do believe that.
Democrat. He'd be running as a Democrat right now. They wouldn't let him in. They wouldn't even consider it. I know that he tried to back the Clintons, but they rejected him. So everybody on the right rejected him. I mean, on the left, everybody on the left rejected him. And he said that he knew that the Republican Party, he could take over the Republican Party because they had no loyalty to each other.
But that's also why I push back strongly on the liberals that say Trump is an idiot and he's stupid. That dude is really smart. That dude is smart.
Let me tell you something. Tim, you know I live here in Pennsylvania, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trump graduated from Walton Business School, right?
Okay.
And they said he was a C average student. If Donald Trump graduated from Wellesley Business with a C average, he's an A+ victor cum laude at Penn State. Are you listening to what I'm saying?
I'm listening to what you're saying exactly. That's like saying if you come out of Harvard with a C, you're an A+ student in most universities.
In every other university,
Yep.
let's put it that way. That's what Wellesley Business School is equivalent to. There is nothing equivalent to them in the United States. That is the top business school in the United States. Do you hear what I'm saying? So if he was a C student there, he is still smart as hell. Trust me on that.
Yeah, and I get folks all the time that try to say Trump is stupid. Yeah, I'm like, you don't get to his level. So, and I said the same thing about Biden and the rest of them. You don't get to the nation's highest office by being an idiot. You don't even get the nomination, which means I'm talking about the McCains and Romneys and all. You don't get to that level by being a stupid person. That's insane.
You hear people saying that his daddy's money got him in. Well, his daddy's money got him in, but his daddy money didn't make him stay.
True. And I see in the comments, Takesha says he's not smart. He's just conning. Well, you got to be smart to be a successful con man.
Absolutely. That's coming from a Christian who don't know what street smarts is.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? I guess she's never worked that system, and I know Takesha have. I'm just messing with her. Takesha's my girl. You know, I know she knows just as much about the streets as anybody. But my thing is that I just say that she's looking at it from what we say.
Yeah.
He's a schemer. The best schemers in the world are people from the streets and ghetto. And Trump, he might be rich, but he's still ghetto as hell. You know what I'm saying? He's ghetto as hell.
I think he's petty. I don't know if I'll say he's ghetto. He ain't sitting there.
I mean, he's trailer park kind of ghetto. I don't mean he's like the hood kind of ghetto. He's the trailer park kind of ghetto. That's why those people relate to him, Tim. Why do you think those poor people relate to him?
Yeah.
Why do you think? I mean, you were just arguing with somebody saying that you don't think the young black people are even trying to be like Trump. Yes, they are. They're trying to be like anybody who's influenced.
I don't think most young black people. I don't even think most young black people even pay attention to Trump. I don't think they're watching.
My young nieces and nephews know exactly who he is, and trust me.
Yeah, they know who he is, but they ain't watching that shit that often.
No, they don't. They don't really care. They just waiting for that STEMI check to come again. You know what I'm saying? So,
is that actually going to happen? People really think there's going to be another STEMI?
Absolutely not.
I mean, that motherfucker about to put his name on. He's about to put his name on money that the people ain't gonna even be able to afford to get. He gonna put his name on a $250 or his face on a $250 bill, and many of his supporters are never gonna see that bill.
Team 10, we have a $500 bill now. When the last time you seen one?
I didn't know we had one. How the hell can you go to a bank and get that?
Hell no. That's what I'm telling you. That's who have them. You won't see one on the streets. And then again, if they did give you one, where you gonna cash it at?
Right. Nobody would think it's authentic.
What store do you think will give you $500?
I don't even know if you could go to a lot of banks and check cashing places. They wouldn't think it was authentic.
Absolutely not. But even if they did thought it was authentic, they'd be like, look here, you can't come in here and buy something for $5 and give me a $500 bill.
A $500 bill? I've never seen that. Whose face is on it?
Yeah, they did. I forget who it is. It's back. They still have them though. I know they still have them, but it's like I think most of them, like right now, are in collections. You know, people who collect paper.
It's
money
probably
and
worth,
that
yeah, it's going to be worth a lot more than $500 if you can get your hands on one. I mean, if Trump puts his face on the tour.
It depends on when it was printed. You got to figure money currency has to be over 100 years old before it gets any really antique value. You know what I'm saying? So trust me, most people are going to still get them, people who collect things, because one day it will be a novelty.
Yeah, if Trump puts his face on a $250 bill, I definitely would like to get at least one to collect. But that does mean you're gonna pay $250 for that item you letting sit around. So it better turn into something, because that's $250 you just spent.
Did Trump put his name on a coin? Didn't he put his image on a coin?
I think it was supposed to be a dollar coin, his face on the front, an eagle on the back or something. I don't know if it actually came to fruition though.
I don't know if it did either, but no matter what, guess what it's worth right now today?
How much?
$1. even though you're gonna send him $29.95 for it, you know what I'm saying?
Well, wait till you get a Democrat in there and they cancel the printing of them, cancel the mint of it. That's when it'll probably go up in value, when they start canceling where there's no more coming out.
Absolutely. If they ever come out, then you're right. That's when they'll stop it.
Because he can't. Here's a crazy thing. He canceled putting Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill, and then he's putting himself on bills. Now, as if he's done more for America than Harriet Tubman. It's crazy, but he stopped her from being on the bill because he did that in his first term. You know, people said he's done more for blacks than anybody else. Yeah, okay. But he stopped Harriet Tubman from being on the 20, and now he's putting his own face on there.
Who was on the 20 before? Who's on the
Jackson
20 now?
Andrew Jackson, which is a bad guy, by the way. Andrew Jackson.
And that's why they stopped it, because of the racist connotation that went along with it. You know what I'm saying? Here we are putting somebody that freed the slaves on for someone who had tons of slaves. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that's why they kind of stopped.
I can see it now. I can see it now. You walk in the store with a $20. You got yourself there an N-word note. That's what that $20 would be called, an N-word note, because you got a black woman's face on it. So we'll see. I don't think it'll ever happen in our lifetime, at least not under the Trump administration.
Let me tell you something. When I got my STEMI checks, I never cashed them because I didn't need it. And I still, because, Tim, I make a good living. But most of my money goes right into RIAs, and I live off my money. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really get taxed a lot. But so it looks like my income is actually pretty small. And I can honestly say that I'm glad I got that motherfucker with his signature on it. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm glad I got it. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad I never took it nowhere and used it. You know what I'm saying?
So you actually have an uncashed stimulus check?
I have two.
Fuck. All right.
One doesn't have his name on it, and the one does, yeah. Yeah, I got two.
If you cashed it now, would it still cash?
Still good.
What's your address again?
I probably will one day give it to one of my relatives, give it to a relative that's in need or something like that. If I find somebody or a friend that's in need or something, I might give it to them and let them cash it. You know what I'm saying? But the thing of it is, Tim, I want to get to you on this. Tim, you know I worked in law enforcement. I worked in community service. I was a drug and alcohol counselor. And some of my worst clients and the biggest liars were pedos. That's all I got to say to you. The biggest and the worst are pedos. And the saddest ones are victims of pedos.
I'll leave it at that. That's disturbing. Lewis?
So I'm telling you now, Tim, do you have a sister?
No.
Do you have any nieces, nephews, or anybody in your family?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Now, do you think of their mother? Do you think that of any one of those women, even if they were downstraught, would let a 31-year-old man date their 16-year-old daughter?
Not unless they're on crack or something. No, I don't see that.
And that man, even then, that man stood in your face and said to you that he went to her mother, and her mother said it was okay. Does that explain to you how big of a lie that is in our community?
He also said he took her number while he was driving a bus and never looked her in the face. Ain't no dude gonna take a number from a girl without looking to see what she looked like this hand.
See, Tim, that's what make us call you a fluffer. is because you sit there and actually listen to that shit. There's no way I could listen to that shit and let him say that to me, thinking I'm stupid.
Well, if you listen to if you listen to the clip, I'm clearly questioning him and laughing at the stuff he's saying.
Yeah,
so.
but you kind of like you give him an out. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, now don't get me wrong, and I understand why Mike got kind of mad with you. Hey, let Mike know, man. You know, Mike is probably one of my homeboys, and he probably don't know that I know that he grew up in Pensacola and came to my hometown when he was a young man from California.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I've been trying to catch him online. I want to know where he was, and I bet you, when I say to him, I want to DM him. And when I say my last name, he'll definitely.
I'll have to pass it to you. I'll pass you his info in the comments. I gotta move it on for time, but I'll pass you his info in the comments or in the DM rather.
Tim, my dad was one of the first licensed black plumbers in that town. He had over 13, but I know he's seen my name before when I tell him my name. There's no doubt about it.
That sounds very possible. Lewis, thanks for coming through.
All right, Tim. Good live, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Looking in the comments here real quick. He was here today. Yeah, Takeshi, he did come in. He was there a couple of times, in fact. They happened to miss each other, but I'll make sure they get linked up. More jobs created under Democrat presidents than Republicans. Yeah, here's the problem with that though. It's hard to compare the Trump numbers with the Biden numbers or whatever Democrat numbers, at least for me personally, because I don't believe the information coming from the Trump administration. Maybe I'm wrong for that, call it Trump derangement syndrome or whatever, but when you're firing the guy because he's not lowering interest rates Trump's whole motto is kill the messenger. If I don't like the message, I'm going to kill the messenger. So when you're doing stuff like that, well, you see Marco Rubio on television talking about I've never seen Trump fall asleep and shit like that. So when you see Trump say right in front of Pete Hegseth that Iran bombed their own school full of girls and Hegseth can't even clear that shit up that he know ain't true, or he says that Tulsi Gabbard don't know what she's talking about, Iran is about to develop a nuclear bomb. So he's lying in their faces and they can't back it up. So the point I'm simply saying, or they can't correct them because they're afraid to. So the point I'm saying is it's hard to believe information coming from the Trump administration when you see him saying things that turn out to clearly not be true in front of other folks and they're just standing down. Now, the left don't like when I bring that up about Kamala Harris, where, she's out there preaching that Biden can do another term, and it clearly looks like she was lying as well. But to me, the Trump administration is more egregious because they're doing it over and over and over again on a series of different lies, on a bunch of different things. I mean, you wouldn't have seen Rubio or Vance or Hegseth or any of them talking about taking Greenland and shit like that. He's saying things that they clearly disagree with, and they're just letting them get away with it. So when he says, we created this many thousand jobs, my guess is there are going to be people in the administration that are standing next to him that know he's lying, and they're just going to let him say it. So I have a hard time believing any of the information coming from the Trump administration because I'm watching folks just let him say crazy shit and not challenge it. I mean, I think there was one of the guys, and he did try to fire the guy. Trump was wearing a hard hat or something. This guy was, I think was it Powell? He was talking about the inflation rates or something, and he corrected Trump. And within a week or two, you heard Trump trying to get the guy canned. So your administration is not allowed to question anything you say. So once you see that, then I don't know if I can trust your administration. Jerome Powell, that's who that was. Yeah, when you're doing crazy stuff like that, so I don't know if Trump created more jobs or, Trump's immigration numbers compared to Biden. I can't trust any of that stuff. Just like he had Sean Spicer in his first term on television trying to convince us that there were more people at his inauguration than Obama and Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. And Sean Spicer's on TV trying to defend that shit. Like, what? So it's hard to believe the numbers that he gives because they're so wrong all the damn time like that. Looking at the comments, Biden opened the border and brought 23 million illegals, and that's another one when we're talking about the number of illegals, because I've went to a couple Trump rallies. I can tell you I've actually watched Trump give rallies where he quoted the number of illegals that came in under Biden, and then at the next rally, the number had increased by 2 or 3 million. Like, this hasn't happened in 3 days. I mean, you're just making up numbers to make Biden look bad. Now, to me, Biden's handling of the border in itself, the truth is all you need. You don't need to make shit up. Sometimes the truth will do. Like I mentioned when we were discussing Kilmar Abrego Garcia earlier. He was here illegally. Just say that. You don't need to make up stories that the guy was beating his wife and was a human smuggler and all kinds of stuff like that he hasn't been charged or convicted of. Just tell the truth. He's an illegal immigrant. He's not here legally. And we've promised that we're going to get rid of folks that are in the country illegally out. So you got to do. Once you start making up shit that people, and it's not true, that's when you lose credibility. And they're doing that a lot. So you mean to tell me you haven't noticed more illegal immigrants in our country? No, Creed, I have not. No, I have not, because it's not something I'm looking for. Just like I haven't noticed more trans people. I'm not looking for that. Also, that's not in every area either, Creed. It depends on where you live. You live in Montana, you live in rural Wyoming somewhere. Are you seeing a whole bunch of illegals there? Depends on where you're at. In Chicago, yes. Yes, there was an issue with it because the Venezuelans in Chicago, New York, and I think LA, where Governor Greg Abbott and Governor Ron DeSantis deliberately bust hundreds and hundreds of illegals. Yeah, in those cities, you could see the difference in illegals because that was the goal, was to flood those cities with illegal immigrants. But outside of that, no, I don't think it was that noticeable to a lot of folks. I really don't think so. But yeah, in Chicago, it was so many of them coming there, they didn't even have anywhere to put them. So yeah, it was definitely noticeable in Chicago. The one study about illegals taking housing and jacking up pricing, that is wild. All of the stories coming from the right about illegals are negative. So you're going to hear some wild stories. All just like the transgender community. All the stories coming from the right about trans are negative stories. So shit, to some degree, black people too, but certainly about trans and illegals. 100% of the stories are negative. So that's where that stuff comes from. How many illegals are pending against Trump for violating laws so far this time? I don't know, but I'll just say this. It's pretty clear that Trump's statements about illegal immigrants is greatly exaggerated. If they were as criminal, rapists and murderers and eating pets and all this, if they were as bad as Trump says, you would see far more than would be in our prisons. 18, 20 million, whatever you want to say, that's come in under Biden, take your pick. The jail should literally be overrun with illegal immigrants if they're as violent and as criminal as Trump said they were. Also, I'll tell you this. Where do most illegals come in the country? South of the border, right? That's what we're going to say. They come in, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and Cali. That's where most of them come, they're going to tell you. Well, if they're as violent as Trump is saying, insane asylums and prisons, and they're raping and murdering everybody, that's where all of the most violent towns in America should be. The border towns. El Paso, San Diego. This is where all the violence should be. Because you're telling me millions of rapists and murderers are coming through these towns. But yet when you look at America and where the most violent cities are, it's none of those towns. So what are you supposed to believe now, that the rapists and murderers are coming in by the millions and they're all deciding we're not going to do anything bad at the border town? So yeah, to me, it's obvious that the way he describes illegal immigrants is greatly exaggerated. It's greatly, they're nowhere near, most of them are coming here to work. Flat out. They're not coming here to be rapists and murderers and eat dogs and cats. They're coming here to work. But because you don't want them here, instead of just saying that, you portray them as monsters. And the data just does not support that. There should be far more of them getting in trouble, getting caught up, getting thrown in prison. Far more of them should be that way. If 20 million came, you should see a surge under the Biden administration where the prisons just went off the chain in terms of arrests and stuff like that. You should be able to clearly see that. if all of them folks that came in under Biden were from insane asylums and prisons and they were rapists and murderers, you should clearly be able to see that. The data should show that, and it doesn't. That's not true. Democrats need them for votes, and well, if they're going to be rapists and murderers, they're not going to be able to vote, right? If they're all going to be in prison for rape and murder, and they're all mentally ill and shit like that, none of them are going to turn into votes. Make up your mind. Are they here to vote and become productive citizens, or are they here to pillage and rape and murder? That's your statement shows that those things don't make sense. If they're as violent and criminal as you guys are saying, then they're not going to be able to vote. You can't vote when you got all that shit on you. Why are they going? Or you're going to be in prison? Why are they a problem? Because they pay off our politicians in order to operate on it. That's not. Jails would be full if sanctuary cities would jail them. You think illegal immigrants are only in sanctuary areas? Texas is not a sanctuary state. There are tons of illegals in that state. So no, it ain't got nothing to do with being sanctuary. And if that's the case, if they're all violent, then in Republican states that do not have sanctuary cities, all the jails should be loaded with illegal immigrants. That's where they should mostly be. And by the way, sanctuary city does not mean if you're an illegal immigrant and you rape or murder somebody, they're going to let you just be free. That's not what that means. So, yeah, like I said, the way you guys described him is woefully inaccurate. Well, if you really want to know, just check with Elon. He took all the information. Well, the information Elon has probably been greatly altered and not accurate anymore. And I wouldn't trust any of that. It's going to be altered to his benefit. I wouldn't trust any of that information. Monsters or angels don't matter. They need to go. It does matter when you're making up shit. It does matter. Just because somebody committed this crime doesn't mean you can blame all of those crimes on him or her. You basically said, well, you know, it's an illegal, so it doesn't matter if I say they're a serial killer. They're illegal anyway. No. Your credibility is on the line when you start doing shit like that. Just tell the truth. If your goal is to get rid of illegals, point out illegals and talk about how we need to get rid of them. Quit making up all kinds of violent shit that they didn't do. You don't get a pass for lying because of the person you're lying on. Tim doesn't know what a sanctuary city is. Yeah, I do. Look, Chicago's a sanctuary city. They're not letting murderers and rapists walk around on the streets of Chicago just because they happen to be an illegal. I think the proper response is you don't know what a sanctuary city is. You're falling into the belief of those lies you're being told. I'm in a blue city state. There's no way possible anyone can vote illegally over here. That's another lie. That illegal immigrants are voting all over the damn place. That's another lie. What do I always say? You got folks that work in clubs, bouncers. You got girls working behind the counter in gas stations and in various places, checking ID all the time. And they're catching people. People get caught using a fake ID to enter clubs and bars, try to buy alcohol. People get caught using fake IDs at the gas station trying to pick up a pack of smokes. People get caught using fake IDs by cops trying to drive cars and shit like that. They get caught using fake IDs all over America all the time, every damn day. Yet you don't hear of anybody getting caught using fake IDs at polling places. If illegal immigrants were voting, the right would be showing you stories of, here's a lady, she works at a polling place on the suburbs of Chicago. Here are all the IDs I took from fake voters. She would be showing you that. The right would put that person on Fox News immediately. If they could show you a polling officer that has 30, 40 IDs they've taken off of people trying to use them fraudulently, that would be all over the right. Notice you don't see them presenting any information of anybody caught voting. They're just telling you what's happening. The country with 400 million people, show me the people. Notice how they kept putting Lincoln Riley on TV over and over again, and the person that they put the people out there when they actually think they got a real story. They put them on there. You don't see them putting anybody on TV that's been caught voting illegally. That should tell you everything you need to know. It ain't happening. Just think about what it takes to get to America illegally. Illegally, paying off coyotes, maybe walking on foot, dodging a cartel. sleeping God knows wherever outside and shit, all the way hoping that you can finally get to America. Think about the journey those caravans took, how perilous that journey was. And then you finally get into the country. You're able to work under the table and send a little bit of money home. You're able to get a place to live. You've reached your idea of paradise. You're going to put all that up for risk to make one vote. You're going to risk all of that shit so you can cast one vote. You got all the way there. You walked 100, 500, maybe 1,000 miles to get there. You spent 2 months' salary paying off coyotes, slept in the back of hot-ass trucks, walked through the desert and all that shit. And you got deported because you wanted to cast one vote. You think that's really happening, huh? You think I'm going to risk all of that to cast one vote? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. And that's why they ain't showing you no names. That is bullshit. That is not happening. Ain't nobody gonna fuck up all of that work they put in to cast one fucking vote that may not even make a difference. Yeah. Anyhow, I appreciate the 110,000 likes and the crazy commentary as always. If you enjoyed Civilized Dialogue from all sides of the aisle in a MAGA-friendly format, just because we criticize left and right, don't mean we're not still MAGA-friendly. Follow the program. If you're watching us on Instagram, TikTok, Substack, YouTube, give your boy a follow. If you're watching on YouTube, better yet, give your boy a sub. But if you're watching us live on Instagram, TikTok, Substack, or Clapper, follow the program. Until then, I'll see you guys tomorrow night. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I got to go. Take care.